Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to City Council Chambers. It's good to see all the energy that we have here today. And good morning, El Paso, and good morning, City Council. Ms. Prime, we're ready to get started.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the presentation of the Mayor's proclamations. We begin this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance. And to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, we have students from Herrera Elementary School at the invitation of City Representative Alejandra Chavez. We have Emma Dameworth, Renee Limon, Valentina Martinez, Daniel Hurst, Ryder Knotts, Emma Calloway, Rocio Montero, Simon Nelson, Eileen Amaro, and Gabriel Martinez.
The question please. And we said the allegiance and the flag of Christ.
I shall fix it. Yeah.
At Herrera Elementary, we respect ourselves and others. We are responsible for our actions. We make safe choices.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Bryan?
That brings us to the first proclamation, and this proclamation is for October month.
Representative Rocha?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Can you all hear me? Yes? We're celebrating Archtober, so I don't know. I believe they're here already. There they are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Welcome. Whereas the American Institute of Architects El Paso chapter adds value to the city, county, and surrounding areas by creating places that enhance the quality of life through the built environment for all the residents of El Paso. And whereas the local AIA chapter is responsible for the design of many iconic buildings in El Paso, safeguards the culture of the region through historic preservation, and aids in the review of local codes and ordinances to maintain the health, safety, and welfare of citizens and structures. And whereas the local AIA chapter is one of the leading organizations in our community focusing on energy efficiency, sustainable design, urban planning, and the importance of building technology merged with design innovations helping to improve our city. And whereas the local AIA chapter encourages citizen architects to take pride in and learn about the built environment, how it shapes our city's progress, the ability to strengthen our regional cultural identity and quality of life through buildings, historic structures, and neighborhoods. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and council of the city of El Paso that the month of October shall be known as, and I'm going to say Archtober month, signed by the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson. Congratulations.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Johnson, City Council members, and everyone here today. I am Lorena Holguin, the American Institute of Architects El Paso Chapter President, and behind me are my colleagues and my members. Today, we're proud to stand before you and proclaim the month of October as Archtober. Our members invite the community to a month-long celebration of architecture and design dedicated to raising awareness about the importance of the built environment. Hosted by AIA chapters across the country, including AIA El Paso, we feature tours, lectures, exhibitions, and special events that highlight architectural excellence and the role of architects in shaping communities. Starting on the same weekend as Chalk the Block, we will be coordinating with the City of El Paso to bring children together and introduce them to architecture with a Lego Build event. On Saturday, October 11th, at the El Paso Museum of History, kids are welcome to assemble their own structures made of Legos and helping them spark creativity. The submissions will be open to winning prizes. On the evening of October 16th, we will have our local historic preservation specialist will be guiding a historic pub crawl. We invite you for a brief walk in downtown, ending with a location of historic significance with a cool beverage. On Saturday 18th, we invite you to ride with us through Uptown with another architectural tour on Sun Metro's streetcar, free of cost. On the next day, October 19th, we'll showcase the mid-century designs of Mabel Welch's traditional Spanish colonial homes at the Kern Place neighborhood. She was amongst the first women to be licensed in the state of Texas and the first woman architect in El Paso. Please join us for that tour. And finally, to conclude, on October 24th, we'll do our annual golf tournament at the Top Golf with our construction industries partners and leaders for a night of fun and networking to treat our affiliates and strengthen our relationships. Our October events will foster public engagement, inspire future architects, and promote thoughtful design that enhances the quality of life. We invite and encourage everyone to join us in promoting the importance of architecture in our community and celebrate the impact that architects create in making El Paso a more vibrant, beautiful, and sustainable place to live. Please visit our website, aiaelpaso.org, for more information on details, and we'll be glad to see you in our events. Thank you.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Who do you guys have with you?
Elias Padilla, Vice President of our chapter.
Hi, I'm Bruno Vasquez, past president of the Institute of Architects in El Paso, and currently serving as executive director at the state level for our chapter.
Fantastic.
Carla Murillo, I'm the community director.
Michael Stills, past president.
Sebastián Escobar, treasurer.
And Stephanie Barrios, chair for the Women in Architecture Committee.
Fantastic. And thank you guys for all that you do to redesign our skyline here in El Paso and everything that you do here in the region. And I know there's about 100,000 members roughly across the nation and about 17 here in Texas. But you guys cover more than just El Paso, which is really, really good in what you do. Also, can you talk a little bit about the conference you had here a couple of years ago, the AIA National?
So, yes, thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up. That was the state convention. For probably 40 years, the convention had not come to El Paso. In my role as executive director at the state level, every time I go to the quarterly meetings, they ask me, when is the next convention coming to El Paso? Because a couple of years ago, when we hosted it for the first time in 40 years, people from various cities in the state, they were just blown out of the water with everything that El Paso is doing. Of course, at the time, the Children's Museum was barely under construction. So we were already giving them a little bit of taste of what they're up to when they come back. They're going to see the Children's Museum. Hopefully, they're going to see the fully renovated Crest Building, the MAC, the Mexican American Cultural Center, just everything that's going on in El Paso. So it's a great way to promote our city, not just for bringing in people, visitors, but also for the community here in town to be able to realize and appreciate all the great things that, you know, our profession is able to do. Architecture is not just the pretty buildings. It's also making sure that the health and safety of the individuals that use the building. And so that's part of the work that we try to convey.
Well, it took 40 years, so we got to make sure it doesn't take 40 years again.
No, it's within a couple of years. We're trying to bring it back.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I know I was in Austin, and they were talking about how they enjoyed El Paso and that conference. So congratulations. And I can't say it. Is it how did you say it, Rep? Arctober. There we go. Congratulations, you guys.
I learned that the hard way. Hi, this is Olivia. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Brianna. She's with the library. She's shadowing me today. Oh, cool.
And for those of you receiving a proclamation this morning, your group will have up to 6 minutes collectively to receive the proclamation at the podium. The next proclamation is the 30th anniversary of the Paso del Norte Health Foundation.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Welcome to City Hall. Good morning. Whereas the Paso del Norte Health Foundation was established in 1995 with $130 million from the sale of Providence Memorial Hospital to Tenet Healthcare Corporation to promote health and prevent disease in our binational tri-state region. And whereas for 30 years the Health Foundation has been a driving force for positive change, ensuring residents of El Paso have access to the knowledge, resources, and support needed to lead healthy lives. And whereas the Health Foundation has remained steadfast in its mission to lead, leverage, and invest in initiatives, programs, and policies that promote health and prevent disease, investing over $266 million in grants and charitable initiatives with more than 300 nonprofit, government, and academic partners. And whereas over the past 3 decades, the Health Foundation has spearheaded numerous transformative health initiatives, including increasing physical activity by mobilizing residents through campaigns like Walk El Paso Walk, promoting healthy eating through cooking demonstrations, school gardens, and nutrition education programs, emphasizing fruit and vegetable consumption, expanding health education by supporting school and community-based programs, improving mental health by reducing stigma, expanding access to services, and supporting initiatives that enhance emotional well-being for children and families. Investing in children's health by advancing programs focused on early childhood development and safety, advancing smoke-free policies by championing El Paso's 2001 Clean Air Ordinance, the first city in Texas to ban indoor smoking, and raising awareness about the dangers of vaping among youth. Enhancing diabetes prevention and management through education initiatives and awareness campaigns focused on reducing the prevalence and impact of diabetes. Developing leadership by equipping nonprofit and health sector leaders through a state-of-the-art leadership training program serving El Paso, Southern New Mexico, and Ciudad Juarez. Growing the health workforce by expanding career pathways in health occupations, including doctors, dentists, psychologists, psychiatrists, nurses, and occupational and physical therapies, and strengthening the regional healthcare infrastructure. Fostering community resilience by mobilizing community health workers during the COVID-19 pandemic and providing direct financial assistance to victims and families affected by the August 3rd mass shooting. Whereas the Paso del Norte Health Foundation's success is a testament to the vision and leadership of its board of directors, the dedication of its staff, and the invaluable collaboration of grantees and community partners. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso, proudly recognizing and honoring the 30th anniversary of the Paso del Norte Health Foundation for its unwavering commitment and lasting legacy in transforming health in the Paso del Norte region. Let it be proclaimed that September 29th, 2025 shall be known as the 30th anniversary of the Paso del Norte Health Foundation, signed by the Honorable Mayor Bernard Johnson. Congratulations.
Good morning. Good morning.
I don't know. Yeah, okay. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Audrey. I'm a program officer with the foundation. We're honored to be here today because it's actually our anniversary today. So this is a very special proclamation for us. We've been highlighting throughout the entire year different initiatives that we've worked on for the past 30 years. And I do encourage you to visit our website. You'll see so many lives and grantees that we worked with in so many different areas that you all highlighted in the proclamation. We're just very grateful to have your partnership. I'd like to take a minute to just introduce some individuals that we wouldn't be able to do the work if they weren't here with us. Our board chair, Amy Marcus. Our CEO, Tracy Yellen. Our vice president of programs, Dr. Michael Kelly. And then members of our program team, our senior program officer, Jana Renner, Sandra Day, and our talented content creator, Julia, who makes us look good on the social media channels, has been telling our story. But I'd like to ask Dr. Kelly to share additional words.
Thank you, Audrey. Michael Kelly, Vice President of Programs at the Paso del Norte Health Foundation. As you just read, over $266 million in the community. But I want to pause just a second because we have a special relationship with the city because we do grant directly to the city. And I can recall times the H1N1 outbreak years ago. We partnered with the city. The city council has passed in the past a obesity resolution calling upon departments to do something around food service or physical activity. We've tapped into your epidemiology for planning and evaluation data. Of course, great partners in the smoking ordinance, both kind of on the legislative side and partnering on the signage in the community. Eat Well, which the health department also created, kind of certifying local restaurants to serve great food. Walk El Paso was mentioned, and community gardens. We've developed some of those across the city. The Playa Drain Trail, of course, and the whole trail alignment project you work with us on. And most recently, the COVID response. We were partners with you on that and are sad times, but we're glad we were able to help where we could. And having said that, I just look forward, and I'm sure our board and staff do too, to future partnerships with you. Please call us with any of your health concerns, and we'll be right there. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, big congratulations on the 30th anniversary actually today, which is really, really good. And there's so many initiatives that you guys have done over 30 years, but $266 million back into this community. You've touched over 300 organizations. You've done so much from, as you mentioned, Catch to Walk El Paso to here just recently we were celebrating the opening of the Diabetes Center out on Montana. So you guys have touched so many El Paso and so many organizations that we cannot thank you enough for the great work that you're doing. So you're still a relatively young organization, so we look for another 30 years. So again, congratulations and keep up the great work. Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. And like I mentioned in the proclamation, they invest in our community in many different ways. And one of the ways they just invested recently was on National Dance Day. They were a sponsor for the event here at San Jacinto Plaza. So I have a token of appreciation for them for being there for all of us. Thank you for promoting health and wellness in our community.
And the next proclamation is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month.
Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to read this proclamation. This is the third time that our office has had the opportunity to bring to the attention of our community, to thank Emergence and Christy, to thank NAMI and Isidro for their partnership, for everything they do for our community. Unfortunately, suicide touches all our lives in one way or another through friends, family, neighbors. And so thank you for allowing me to read this, Mayor. Whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 34 in the United States. And whereas suicide was the 11th leading cause of death overall in the U.S. in 2022. Whereas more women than men attempt suicide, but men are 4 times more likely to die by suicide. Whereas the highest suicide rate in the U.S. occurred among American Indians, Alaskan Native people, followed by non-Hispanic white people. And whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual youth are nearly 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than non-LGBT peers. And transgender adults experiencing far higher suicide attempt prevalence than general population. Whereas the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs reported that in 2022, an average of 17 veterans died by suicide. Whereas the friends and family of individuals who died by suicide are left to negative tragedy, too often experiencing feelings of shame and stigma. Whereas together, spreading public awareness, educating families and friends, advocating for mental health care, expansion, improving our behavioral health system will help individuals living with mental health conditions. Whereas as a community, it is vital to learn the warning signs of suicide, symptoms of mental health conditions, and step in and connect people to help and dismantle the stigma and misinformation. Whereas El Pasoans can text HOME to 741-741 to reach the crisis text line. Whereas El Pasoans are experiencing a mental health crisis can call or text 988, the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or contact the local crisis line at 915-779-1800. Both lines are free, confidential, available 24/7, and answered by Emergence Health Network mental health professionals. And whereas our community organizers will hold a Suicide Prevention Awareness Month candle vigil at Memorial Park on Thursday, September 25th at 7 p.m. That's Thursday, September 25th, 7 p.m., Memorial Park. Now there it be proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that September 2025 shall be known as Suicide Prevention Awareness, signed by the Honorable Mayor Johnson. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Isidro Torres, Executive Director of NAMI El Paso, your local affiliate of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Thank you so much, Representative Fierro. Thank you all so much for the proclamation. Our theme this month was start a conversation and be the difference. And coming together in this action today helps bring that to El Paso and helps us continue the conversation around this. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for young people ages 10 to 24. Every 11 minutes, someone in the U.S. dies by suicide. These are families, friends, neighbors, coworkers whose deaths send ripples across our communities. Earlier this month, we partnered up with Sun City Tattoo to host an EP semicolon tattoo event. Semicolons have come to represent suicide prevention, as an author uses a semicolon to continue a sentence instead of using a period when he could have ended it. And so this event, we were in 3 locations, and we heard so many stories from our community, from veterans getting a semicolon tattoo in honor of their military buddies, those who were, getting it in honor of someone who died 50 15 years ago, but finally found the courage to help bring awareness and start the conversation. And individuals like myself who got it as a symbol of continuing our journey despite our struggles. We held our vigil last week where our community came together at Memorial Park Reserve and again shared so many stories and came together as a community to honor those who've died, but also support those who are struggling and let our community know that they are not alone. And so we're really grateful to our staff and volunteers at NAMI El Paso who continue to offer free educational classes, support groups, and presentations. Every year we present to over 4,000 middle school and high school students across the city, helping end the silence around mental health and mental health conditions. And we are so grateful to do this work alongside you all and all of our wonderful partners like Emergence Health Network. But the work doesn't stop this month. We continue moving forward. In a couple of weeks, a little over 2 weeks now, we'll be at Ascarate Park for the largest mental health awareness event, NAMI Walks El Paso. That's October 18th. I know Representative Fierro and his team are rallying the troops, and so we hope to see a lot of you there. And again, just express my gratitude and for you all for helping spread this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Christy Darty. I'm the CEO for Emergence Health Network. And thank you, Mayor, City Council, for recognizing this month as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. We're very grateful for our continued partnership with the city. You support our crisis intervention team with El Paso Police Department and allowing the 988 calls to be taken at the 911 center. That is a great model that I think more communities should take after. These collaborations make a real difference in how we respond to crisis calls. As mentioned, we operate the crisis hotline, and we are one of 5 centers in Texas that answer 988. So we answer for 56 counties here in El Paso. In fiscal year 25, which ended the end of August, EHN's local crisis hotline and 988 National Suicide Prevention Lifeline answered more than 34,000 calls. Each of these calls represent a neighbor, a friend, or family member reaching out for help, and it highlights why it's so critical for organizations like NAMI and Emergence Health Network to work together to raise awareness and ensure people know where to turn to in a moment of crisis. On September 8th, we also launched a social media campaign to spread awareness with regards to the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. And we had some of our child and adolescent clients paint 988 inspired rocks and distribute them throughout the community for individuals to find and share on social media. We also encouraged our staff to take part by dressing up their dogs, and we had some cats too, in 988 bandanas. And so we had our 4-legged friends also passing that message. We are also working to equip our community through tools for prevention. Through our mental health learning library, we offer classes such as mental health first aid, which help individuals recognize the first signs that someone may be experiencing a mental health challenge or crisis. Our goal this month is to make sure the community knows this service is available, not only to those in crisis, but also to family members who may be seeking guidance on how to help a loved one. Suicide does not discriminate. It could be any one of us or someone we love. This is why it's so important that we continue to raise awareness, continue talking about it openly, and continuing to work together as a community to ensure we are always here to help each other. And I do want to share with the council and the mayor that I'm happy to report this last legislative session, Emergence Health Network was the recipient of $50 million to build an East Side behavioral health campus, which will include another crisis location on the Far East Side. We are in conversations with Chief Pasillas, who has been involved with this conversation since it started in the middle of the session. We will be keeping it in the city limits at his request. So it will fall in somebody's district on the Far East Side. We do have a couple of land locations identified. As soon as we narrow that down, we'll let you know. This is a huge win for El Paso. We will have a crisis center that will have extended observation beds, diversion beds, and crisis residential beds for adults and children. There are no children's crisis beds in El Paso right now. We will be opening those beds on the east side. We also will build in a separate building, we will have an outpatient clinic also in that same footprint. So more to come. I can tell you it will be moving very quickly. We just had a call with HHS yesterday, and they did give us the green light to move forward on land purchase. So that will be happening very swiftly. Thank you so much for having us today.
Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I cannot thank you all for everything you do for our community. Your passion, your team, it's just amazing. And again, I cannot thank you. And Mayor, there is no truth that myself and Representative Nino are going to arm wrestle for that facility.
You made them very happy up here. So again, as you know, thank you for the awareness that you bring into this. And I've got to tell you that these numbers are staggering. When you talk about just looking at the veterans, there's 17.6 veterans that die by suicide each and every day. And we just heard the statistics that every 11 minutes someone dies from suicide. So by the time we read these first 3 proclamations, that will tell you that someone has committed suicide. So the work that you're doing is needed for El Paso, it's needed for the region, it's needed for our community, and we cannot thank NAMI and Emergence Health Network for all the great work that you're doing, and whatever we can do as a city to help you and support you, to bring more awareness to this, please let us know. But congratulations on today.
And the next proclamation is National Walk to School Day, Walktober.
Representative Limon.
Good morning. Do we have anyone? Yes, we do. They're walking to the podium. Thank you. Good morning. This is a proclamation from the City of El Paso, whereas International Walk to School Month in October is a celebration filled with events, outreach, and competitions that promote and encourage walking as a safe and viable form of transportation. And whereas children's lives are safer when communities prioritize pedestrian safety, and whereas a lack of physical activity can play a role in health problems among children, and being able to walk to school offers an opportunity to build physical activity into daily routines. And whereas increasing the number of children safely walking to school can reduce traffic congestion, improve air quality, and reduce asthma attacks. And whereas studies have shown that after 20 minutes of physical activity, students tested better in reading, spelling, and math, and were more likely to read above their grade level. And whereas walk to school days are special events to make walking more viable, visible, fun, and rewarding for children, encourage parents and students to make walking to school a habit, and allow decision makers to witness the value of walkable communities. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that the month of October shall be known as Walktober, Walk to School Month, signed by the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson.
Good morning. Morning.
Good morning.
There we go.
Sorry, okay. Good morning, Council. This proclamation for the month of October, or Walktober, is for a global public health event where residents and students are encouraged to walk and bike and get active and celebrate active transportation. So this month does encompass also National Walk to School Day, which is on October 8th. It's a national event where students and their respective schools are encouraged to walk to school and put together related events. In September of 2024, the El Paso City Council adopted a Safe Routes to School action plan, and that included several short-term action items, including doing proclamations such as this one today, where we acknowledge these public health events and these walk and bike to school events and days. A large part of that Safe Routes to School action plan and those short-term action items was also expanding education that we do here in our community for walking and biking to school. And we're joined here today by several of the organizations who have been working on bicycle and pedestrian education, not just since the adoption of this plan, but for several years and decades even. These organizations are University Medical Center, Paso del Norte Health Foundation, the Action for Healthy Kids, the University Medical Center, I said that twice, and also the police department, and we have representatives from EPISD as well. So these are organizations that go into schools, they go into public spaces, and they make sure that students have access to resources and education related to cycling and walking. In addition to those short-term action items in the action plan, we also have an action item to identify and award schools that are doing exemplary bicycle and pedestrian education. So we worked with EPISD to identify schools that are participating in these walk and bike to school days, are incorporating that bike and ped education as a part of their core curriculum, and are also making sure that their students have access to resources, not just educationally, but to cycling and bikes physically. So we have the honor of acknowledging those 4 schools here today with the first ever Safe Routes to School Leadership Award. Those 4 schools are Boy Elementary, Herrera Elementary, Coach Wally Hartley Pre-K through 8, AOA. Yeah, those 4 schools. We'd like to recognize them here today. They're here. I said all 4, right? They're here to talk a little bit about what they do and in the community and share what's possible. So I'm going to pass it to some of these organizations to share what they do here.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Officer Lechuga, Officer Medina. We're with the Bike Downtown Unit. We always like to emphasize bike safety, especially since we're on bikes. For this purpose, we have bike rodeos, a couple a year, in which we invite kids from all over the city. We teach them about the importance of wearing their helmets, having lights, having reflective vests, following all signs and lights. Especially, it's always important to teach them to look at drivers' faces when they're riding their bikes, because a lot of drivers have this habit of not looking at the road when they're driving. So we always focus on being safe whenever you're walking or riding your bike, and enjoying your time. We'll pass it over to UMC.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ana Acosta. I am the Injury Prevention and Education Specialist for the Trauma Department at UMC. And as the region's only Level 1 trauma center, UMC is the final destination for the most severe life-altering pedestrian and traffic-related injuries. We don't just see statistics, we treat them as parents, friends, and neighbors. Our daily work is a stark reminder that prevention is the most powerful form of medicine. And for that reason, we proudly stand with the city's dedication to Vision Zero and Safe Routes to School. We also extend our profound gratitude to all of our community partners, first responders, engineers, school districts, and advocates whose commitment is vital in moving this fight out of our operating rooms and into our streets, ensuring that fewer families ever have to face the trauma that preventable crashes inflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Good morning,
morning.
Mayor, City Council. My
morning.
name is John Adams. I'm the Director of Health, Wellness, and Physical Education for El Paso ISD. My department developed and oversees our bicycle safety program, along with my administrative assistant, Ms. Sadler. Dr. Javier Carrasco is the one who maintains our middle school bicycle safety program. He wrote the curriculum and he maintains the bicycles. We also have another coordinator, Mr. Paniagua, who maintains our middle school mountain bike program, which is extremely popular with our students. We also have a couple of teachers, principals here who would like to talk about the impact of the program on their campuses.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members and guests. I am Dr. Aranda. I am the proud principal of Herrera Elementary, and you saw my polar bears here today.
Yeah.
On behalf of our beautiful school and our polar bears, thank you for recognizing and our participation in active events such as the Roll and Walk to School event. We love organizing events where families come together on bikes, scooters, skates, and on foot to start the school day in a healthy, connected way. Events like this are powerful because they bring our community closer while promoting safe, energized, and ready to learn students. Parents model healthy habits, and the whole school experiences the benefit of starting the day with movement and togetherness. The Healthy Schools initiatives and wellness committees at the campus levels, which teachers like Ms. Yeager here behind me lead, reminds us that learning is not just about academics. It's about the whole child. When students are active, they are more focused, they're engaged, and are better prepared to succeed. Just as important, when families join in, children see that health and education are shared values. We are proud to be part of this initiative, and we look forward to continuing to create opportunities for our students and families to thrive, because healthy schools truly mean healthy communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm the proud principal of AO Elementary, and this is my coach, Adrian Flores, and he is the one who does all the work with our campus as far as promoting a healthy transportation for our students, not only for our community right now downtown El Paso, which is very pedestrian friendly, but also as future citizens of our El Paso. Coach, thank you.
Thank you. That was the first time a coach never wanted to say anything. Yep, come on up.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson and council members. I'm the proud principal at Moy Elementary in the Northeast. I wanted to share just briefly everything that was mentioned here, all the positives, the increase in exercise, the fun that comes with learning how to ride a bike and walking safely to school impacts Moy directly. But I'm also very connected to what the officers shared in UNC, because we're right off Dyer. And so we're at the corner of Alps and Dyer, and as a result, it's a very dangerous roadway. So our students, because they're predominantly pedestrians, they walk from home to school on a daily basis, it's necessary for their safety to know how to do this, how to walk and ride their bikes to school safely. So for us, it's a very impactful initiative, and so we thank you for that and hope to continue the partnership. Thank you.
We got time for one more. Come on. Yep, yeah. You're good? Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Eric Winkleman. I'm the principal at Coach Wally Hartley, Pre-K 8, and I appreciate this recognition today. I'm a fellow biker, both mountain and road bike, and I appreciate the day, the month that we're going to face and trying to encourage our kids to do more biking and walking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you guys for being here today. And Walktober, one of the things that stood out for me is many of us on this dais have probably had to walk to school. I know I did when I was younger. But one of the things that was in the proclamation that says, studies have shown that after 20 minutes of physical activity, students tested better in reading, spelling, and math, and were more likely to read above their grade level. I'm glad that stat wasn't around when my parents had the internet and everything, because they would have had me walking to Las Cruces. But it's amazing that, with having physical activity, what it does for our youth, and And again, we're here to support Walktober and encourage all of our kids to get out there and to bike, to ride, to do all of the good things, because the data does show that it does improve their lives. So thank you guys for all that you're doing. Ms. Bryan?
The final proclamation is El Paso Police Department Public Safety Cadet Recognition.
All right, Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor. If we could have the El Paso Police Department Public Safety Cadets come forward. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to read this proclamation. So, proclamation for the City of El Paso, Texas. Whereas the Public Safety Cadets from El Paso Police Department's Mission Valley and Westside Regional Commands recently showcased their skills at an impressive 5-day conference held in Gunnison, Colorado. And whereas these dedicated cadets proudly represented the City of El Paso and the entire state of Texas. And whereas through their participation in training, seminars, and competitive events, they excelled in both individual and team challenges, earning a remarkable total of 10 awards. And whereas a heartfelt congratulations to all the cadets for this outstanding achievement. It is remarkable testament of their skills and their dedication. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the Council of the City of El Paso that September 30th, 2025 shall be known as the El Paso Police Department Public Safety Cadets Day. Congratulations.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for this proclamation. As stated, we went to our cadet program, went to Gunnison, Colorado, where they were the only city outside of Colorado to participate.
Wow.
And they placed in several events. And I also wanted to thank you for your support of the El Paso Police Department's Public Safety Cadet Program. Not only thank you for recognizing our cadets, but also our mentors who, without them, this couldn't be achieved. But I also wanted to thank especially Officer John Lara. He is the lead mentor for the city over the Public Safety Cadet Program. Through his efforts, this program has really thrived, and it will continue to thrive.
Fantastic.
So, thank you.
Fantastic. Can we hear from the cadets? I see the cadets hiding back there. Can we?
Yeah. Go on in.
I'd love to hear about the awards too, the 10 awards.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us. It was really an amazing experience for us. A great thank you for our mentors who have trained us and have dedicated their time to us. It really means a lot. Through them, you see how hard they put their work into us, and we reflect on their work and their effort that they put into us. We were really happy that we were able to bring 10 awards and make them proud of us, not only through our mentors, but all the support from our families. And this program really means a lot to us, and Officer John Lara really has been a lot of support and help, and he has really made a great effort for us. So we're really thankful for that, and this is our way of showing our gratitude to him.
And what school do you go to?
I graduated.
You graduated, wow.
Yes.
Are you going to have a career in public safety?
Probably. I'm looking into it.
Okay, good. We'd love to have you as a El Paso Police Department officer.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Once again, thank you, Officer Lara. Thank you for everything.
Yeah.
I've been with the program for 26 years, and this is our first time going to this conference in Colorado, and this is the first time winning 10 awards. So I'm very proud of this group. They made us proud, not only me, but all the mentors. And like you mentioned earlier, the city and the state of Texas.
Yeah. Well, Officer Lara, thank you for all that you did to take this team up there and to win the 10 awards.
Thank
and
you.
for the 26 years of dedication to the youth is incredible. And thank
Yes,
you.
I started, I was in their shoes at one point when I was 14. Officer Bermudez was part of this program. I love this program, and look at me, I'm out here taking this kids, I call them my kids because they're my kids, they're more with me. Sorry, parents. But I'll take care of them, I'll discipline them as well too. But it's just get them ready for our future police officers.
Well, thank you so much. Can they introduce themselves, some of your kids?
So my name is Grant Talamontes, and I go to Coronado High School.
My name is Elijah Herrera, and I go to Coronado High School.
So my name is Joe Navarro, and I already graduated from Riverside High School.
Wow.
My name is Adrian Lopez, and I'm in El Paso High School.
My name is Alexa Abascal, and I go to Burgess High School.
My name is Amy Gonzalez, and I go to Socorro High School.
Wow.
My name is Asiel Figueroa, and I go to UTEP.
Oh.
My name is Carlos Lucio, and I go to APCC.
My name is Luz Quesada, and I graduated from Eastlake High School.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Anyone else want to say anything? Any of the other officers? All right. Well, thank you guys so much. And again, congratulations on going to Colorado and winning all the awards and putting El Paso on the map. And we hope to see many of you in the uniforms as you look at your career paths going forward. But again, we're so proud of you and all the great work that you're doing. So thank you guys for mentoring these young kids and putting them on the right track. We really appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. Okay, Ms. Prime?
Yes, sir. Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. Mayor Johnson is present and presiding in council chambers along with Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Representative Acevedo, Representative Maldonado Rocha, Representative Boyer Trejo, Representative Nino, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, Representative Limon, and Representative Canales. It is 10:04 a.m. Will everyone please silence their electronic devices so as not to disturb the meeting and rise for the invocation? The invocation this morning will be delivered by El Paso Police Chaplain Robert Hemphill Jr.
To Mayor Renard Johnson and Mayor Pro Tem Chavez and council members, please stand for the invocation. Bow your heads. To the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem, and the department heads, Almighty, loving, and eternal Father, we humbly come together seeking your guidance and ask for your divine wisdom for today's council meeting. Mayor, we ask that the Lord lead us while we discuss the city's business and strengthen our judgment as we make decisions for our great city. Give the mayor and our council members the insight they need to serve all residents with compassion, justice, and a common goal for our prosperous city. May we faithfully fulfill this civic duty and build a city that serves as a beacon for Texas and the United States as a whole. Knowing that you possess immeasurable knowledge, we ask for your grace with hopeful hearts in order to make better decisions. May you be reflected and exalted beyond all else in all we do and decide here today. This we ask in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Prime?
Thank you, Chaplain. That brings us to public comment on agenda items. This morning we have two individuals that signed up to speak at 10 a.m. on agenda items. The first person is David Ballard. He signed up to speak on item 28.
Okay.
And item 28 is a public hearing of an ordinance changing the zoning at north of Woodrow Bean Trans Mountain Drive and east of Wrestler Drive. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
My name is David Ballard, and I'm actually here representing the ownership for the project. So I'd like to defer my time till the project comes up if need to provide the presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Clark. Mr. Clark signed up to speak on item 29, which is a public hearing of an ordinance granting a special permit at 1514 Montana Avenue. Mr. Clark, star 6, please, to unmute your microphone. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I want to be clearly noted on the record that I'm opposed to this agenda item. This item would allow a professional office at 1514 Montana Avenue with reduced front, rear, and side setbacks, and more concerning 70% parking reduction. My question is simple. Why is parking being limited in such an extreme way, and what tangible benefits would a city or the public receive from this? Montana Avenue is already one of the busiest corridors in El Paso. Parking shortages in this area don't just affect one business, they spill over into surrounding neighborhoods, churches, and homes. Reduced parking means increased congestion, cars blocking residential driveways, and frustrations for residents who already struggle with limited street parking. We have to ask, who really benefits from cutting 70% of required parking? The developer or the community? Because right now, it looks like residents and taxpayers are being asked to absorb the impact without receiving any clear benefit. The ordinance states this meets the intent of Plan El Paso, but what about the intent of protecting neighborhood quality of life, safety, and access? A 70% reduction is not minor, it's drastic. It sets a precedent that future developers can expect the same, leaving our neighborhoods overburdened and undersupported As representative of the people, you have a responsibility to make sure city policies don't favor private projects at the expense of public convenience and safety. If the city is going to approve such a significant waiver, the public deserves to know exactly what benefits will offset the loss of parking. Whether that's infrastructure improvements, community investments, or something else, right now that hasn't been made clear. For these reasons, I respectfully urge council to reject the special permit as written. At the very least, demand more transparency on how the city and the public benefit for allowing a professional office to move forward with the 7% parking reduction in a heavily trafficked corridor. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Clark also signed up to speak on item 31, and this is a public hearing of an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for a 100% parking reduction and a rear setback reduction at 809 North Eucalyptus Street. Mr. Clark?
Once again, yes, I'm here. I appreciate that. So good morning again, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to state my opposition for this permit on 809 North Eucalyptus Street, which seeks 100% parking reduction. This is not a small adjustment. Once again, it is complete elimination of all required off-street parking for professional office. According to the staff report, the development would normally require 3 parking spaces, but instead the applicant is asking for 0, relying entirely on surrounding on-street parking. The applicant's own parking study admits the project will depend on 44 on-street spaces within 300 feet, with an average of only 21 available per day. That means this office will directly compete with nearby residents, businesses, and visitors for the limited parking in an already dense corridor. For most that are developers, want to plan anything in the city of El Paso, unfortunately, if you cannot find a location that can compensate the parking requirements, you have to move on to the next property or the next investment property at that point. Allowing us to have special permits to just eliminate parking altogether is really insane. It's not helping the community at all. Plan El Paso emphasizes walkable neighborhoods, but it does not call for completely eliminating parking in car-dependent corridors like Montana and Yandell. In fact, Plan El Paso stresses that development must remain compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. Once again, I don't feel like that's happening here. This proposal instead shifts the burden of parking demand entirely on the public right-of-way. The staff report acknowledges there are no vacant areas within 300 feet to accommodate off-street parking, which again proves my point that we need to go ahead and eliminate this. I'm sorry if you selected this property and you didn't have the parking you needed, but you know that's the cost of doing business. But I appreciate the time to speak on this. Thank you again.
Thank you.
That brings us to call to the public.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
And call to the public. The El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving the citizens, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The City Council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of City Council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the City Council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. However, Council may propose that a topic brought forth be posted on a future agenda. This morning, we have 14 members of the public that signed up to speak. The first person is Elizabeth Crawford. Ms. Crawford's topic is National Baby Safety Month and abortion. Ms. Crawford, star 6, good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. No doubt you've seen El Pasoans on the sidewalk now has started the 40 Days for Life campaign outside the Planned Parenthood and in southern New Mexico outside the abortion centers. September is designated as National Baby Safety Month. Our babies safe in America.
Unknown participant is now joined.
There's a special place in the Lord's heart for children. We are told by the Lord Jesus, "Verily I say unto you, except you be converted and become as little children, you shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven." I've hardly watched the conservative commentator, Ben Shapiro, but I've heard many speak favorably about things he says in regard to abortion. Recently, I heard the excellent analogy of the pro-choice mantra, my body, my choice. You have a neighbor who's abusing a dog. It's on his private property. What is the ethical thing to do? Of course, when possible, the best thing to do is to report that abuse. But one may say that's his private property. You have no business interfering. We would immediately react against such an argument. How much more? We are talking with abortion about human beings, little human beings, created in the image of God. In the case of late-term abortion, literally being dismembered brutally. When animals get put down, when they get euthanized, they're given painkillers. The process of late-term abortion is absolutely horrific. And anyone who would object to that, I'd urge you to go online and watch The Silent Scream. The psalmist wrote, when I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, what is man that thou art mindful of him, and the son of man that thou visitest him? God loves people so much that he not only regards them, but he sent his only begotten son, Jesus, to redeem them. God places value on people. We have no right abusing and dismembering little ones created in the very image of God. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nathan Coleman. Mr.
Unknown
Coleman's topic
participant is now
requesting more transparency on the daily operations of the paratransit system to find ways to improve loopholes found in the system.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Council representatives and everyone in attendance at today's meeting. My name is Nathan Coleman, and I'm behind the microphone as one of the many disability advocates. Advocates of this great city are one voice and are united in our call for equality, access, and inclusion. First, we would like to thank Mayor Johnson for taking the time during his first 100 days in office to meet with grassroots disability groups, Desert Adapt, and Deal. This gesture speaks volumes about your character and commitment, especially in your first term. It is an honor to call you not only our mayor, but also a humble and engaged citizen of this great community. For that, we say thank you, and I want to thank and recognize Representative Chavez, Acevedo, Rocha, and Nino for ensuring that their staff follow up with me with finding answers to many of my answers, as well as those who use Sun Metro paratransit services every day to remain independent in our community. I now urge all City Council offices to work together so that we, as individuals with disabilities, are not left behind without getting their voices heard. Please help keep the current contractor, MV Transit, accountable to keep their commitment of putting passengers first, maintaining on-time performance, and continue making adjustments for scheduling trips, and finally, continue to improve communication with riders and staff for a smoother experience with scheduling and riders on Sun Metro. In closing, we too deserve to live lives without barriers. With your partnership, leadership, and compassion, we can continue moving forward and moving toward equality. Well, I just want to welcome everybody to the Disability Awareness Month in the month of October, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, Mr. Coleman, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marcy Chavez. She will be followed by Claudia Contreras Siller, Ron Como, Karen Washington, Darlene Rincon. Ms. Chavez's topic is smart meters and utilities. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, and God bless everybody. Yes, I have been here numerous times complaining about our utilities. I was also at the last meeting for the electric company when they wanted to raise up the utility, and it was denied, but then yet, the following month, they did raise the fee. So my question is, people that live on a fixed income, and I'm gonna say myself, cannot afford just paying all what I get on utilities. And that means 3 utilities. That's the water, the electric, and the gas. The ones that I complain about is the water and the electric, because the electric and the water always just charges whatever they want to charge. I was threatened last time when I was here to put the smart meter by the electric company individuals or staff. And so I did not want the smart meter. They went ahead and changed the smart meter because they threatened me to go up to the pole and cut the electric and that it was going to cost me more money. At that time, they were charging me $900 and some dollars. That was 4 months ago. Then the following month, I paid the $900 and some dollars. Then the following month, they reduced it to $266. Now, I had to pay $400 and some dollars. So my question is, how far or who is reliable for this utility, usage? Who's responsible that I can go to directly and take care of this matter? I demand auditing to these companies because they need to be audited because they charge whatever they want. The smart meter, I've been taking pictures, it shows error, and then it shows 700, and then it shows 0, and it shows this and that. So I don't know how they're reading the meters, but, you tell me. So anyways, that's one. The smart meters should not be threatened by whoever, to put ahead and put smart meters. Why? Because now this month, because they were charging me another $400, they went ahead and just put the switch, and I don't have no more electric. So this is nothing but control. And as people that are in disability or whatever income is fixed, we cannot afford rent, mortgage, insurance, car payments, utilities, nevertheless food. So this is a big problem here in the city. And as you all know, I'm an activist, and I will continue seeking further if I have to go out of El Paso, to take care of this matter, if you all do not take care of this matter. Because I am tired, I'm exhausted, going to each office, and nobody has the time to hear the public anyways, because you're all so important, so busy. Like our life doesn't matter.
Thank you.
So anyways, that's what I came for.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Chavez.
there's a gentleman here that has the same problem.
The next speaker is Claudia
Thank you.
Contreras
Thank
Siller.
you.
Ms. Siller's topic is deceptive trade practices. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. It was amazing, the event from Saturday, the new animal services shelter. It's amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to use the projector.
IT, we need the Elmo, please.
Thank you. So I'm here because I used to drive a Cadillac CTS. I paid the mechanic for him to change the underbody. What he did is he welded it. I pressed criminal and civil charges against him. And I have the evidence, like I have receipts. And what happened, like there's a lot of pictures. Okay. Thank you. So here, you all can see that it was welded instead of change like the part, he welded it. I have pictures of him dressed as a welder from his social media. And I'm not gonna mention names because I know I can't. This entire binder over here, it's full of evidence. I have text messages. What happened is that I represented myself instead of having a lawyer. This is a car before he broke it down. So practically I'm here because if people are going to sue whoever is messing up their stuff, like the police department took my case right away. I paid this person $1,250 he returned me the car, and it wasn't fixed enough. I gave him 600 more. It broke down because he decided to weld it. The first time we went to court, he swore on the Bible that aluminum could not be welded. And we went to court again with a different judge. And I tried to tell this new judge, hey, he said aluminum could not be welded. And I have paper, and I'm not gonna use names, but I have everything, like I have paperwork from a school of welders, and I asked, hey, aluminum can be welded, and they said yes. So because this person decided to do a deceptive trade practice on me, I was without a car for 3 months. I had to buy a new car, and I am very grateful for the police department, because even though I didn't have a judge, they were the ones that helped me, and I can go on and on, but I don't have enough time. Also, judges should not be invincible. And I'm brave enough to say this in public. And I have more stuff that I will continue to talk about next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ron Como. He will be followed by Karen Washington, Darlene Rincon, Barbara Valencia, Wanda Helgeson, Zion Zait, Gaetano Tancredi, Maiwa Resurrection, and Michael Clark. Mr. Como's topic is exercising his constitutional rights to the Rescue 1983 Animal Services.
Good morning.
Wants to come up here and talk to you.
Yeah, right.
Can't imagine why. The only people who are mad at you for speaking the truth are those people that are lying, living a lie. Keep speaking the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a petition. I didn't start it. Somebody else did. Had almost 500 signatures. They want change. They don't want the same old thing. We got the typical answer. It's my way or the highway, basically. So here's my thought. You all know we have an issue. You all know it's not getting fixed. So why don't we fix the charter so that you all can fix the problem? Because right now, we're looking at a situation where we've already had, 5 years? 5 years of this? Are we gonna have another 5 years? Because friends and family or best friends is more important than doing the right thing? Running under the HOS plan, which is only creating more strays? Why do you think we don't have enough room for strays? We're creating them faster than we can take care of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have control of fixing the charter. I say let's make a change in the charter and let's get people involved that can fix the problem. Because under the current way things are being done, I don't see it getting fixed ever. I just see it getting worse and worse and worse every single day. I don't know if you guys saw the Facebook post I sent you. The lady tried to get out of her front door and there was a aggressive pit bull in her front door, not allowing her out. And when she called animal services, no one came out. You wonder why things don't work. The community is tired. The employees are tired. Guys, it's within your ability to get this fixed. Change the charter. You can do this. You know, I mean, we had a reporter out at the ribbon cutting thing. He was given some misinformation, which isn't a surprise. And we're going to have a meeting later on today. He called me Monday. I haven't talked to him until Monday. We're going to discuss the issues. He's going to record it. He's going to report it. He's going to talk about the misinformation he got at the ribbon cutting deal. We're tired, folks. Fix it. Change the charter. Let's get somebody in
Thank
control
you,
that can
Mr.
fix the
Como.
problem. Enough.
The next speaker is Karen Washington. Her topic is also animal services. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, City
Morning.
Council. I've brought a special guest with me this morning. Mayor, may I have permission to have Chico the Chihuahua paraded in front of
Please.
you? I'd like you all to see him up
Sure.
close and personal. So on Friday, September 26th, a picture was posted on social media of this dog enclosed in a yard at 4744 De Beers Street in the Northeast. I was made aware of this dog on Sunday, September 28th. I happened to be in the Northeast area that Sunday afternoon and made my way to this address. When I got out of my car and saw the condition that this Chihuahua was in, my heart sank. Honestly, I wanted to vomit. There were 4 other dogs inside that fence, and not one of them was in this condition. As a matter of fact, the 2 pugs that live there were borderline obese. You see, when a dog is found and is in this emaciated state, typically they've been out on the streets for quite some time. Not Chico. This was his home, this was his family that let this happen. Let's fast forward to Sunday evening, and if any of you would like to talk to me about this case, I'm always available. Chico was brought to me by Animal Control. The Animal Control officer who brought him to me informed me that Animal Control had visited this house 2 years prior for a standards of care check on their dogs. Okay, I had asked specifically, why isn't the owner being charged with animal cruelty? You know what I was told? Because we removed the dog from the premises. Are you kidding me? We were supposed to leave him there to die and then press cruelty charges? What is going on? What is going on here? Who's running the circus? I don't get it. Where do you draw the line between neglect and cruelty? Okay, this dog is only 8 years old. He's blind. He's diabetic, and they did nothing to help this dog. And this comes from our city manager dated September 26th. Thank you for your interest in the leadership of El Paso Animal Services and for sharing your concerns regarding the recruitment of its next director. Although this position is not appointed by elected officials, community feedback is valued and transparency remains an important part of the process. So just when will our city manager meet with us, the community members, and hear our feedback? Or has a new director already been chosen? We're clueless, and what I'm asking for is support. Support for our local rescuers such as myself that are doing the work. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Darlene Rincon. Ms. Rincon's topic is also animal services. She will be followed by Barbara Valencia and Wanda Helgeson. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, here we go again. I'm here regarding the handling of dogs attacking people and other animals. As you know, recently we had another attack here in the city. This attack seriously injured 2 men. The dog was eventually shot by a police officer. This has been happening way too often. Many attacks do not make the news but do appear on social media sites. It would seem to me if a person contacts 311 to report dogs running loose, the priority should be to get an animal control officer out there, not tell the person we will forward your info to animal services. It is getting out of hand with all the loose stray dogs. When a report is made about a found dog or one running loose, most of the time nothing happens. The caller is told, leave the dog where found, or if finder picks up the dog, they are told that to take the dog back to where found. Animal Services has gotten almost $5 million in the last 2 years. Part of this was to hire more employees. However, I do know the turnover due to poor management and accountability is ridiculous. I feel there should be a citizen panel to work in conjunction with the city to oversee and try to maintain a cohesive workforce at Animal Services. We need change now. The person in charge of hiring for the Animal Services Director should meet with local rescues and concerned citizens to get a broader aspect on the type of individual who should be hired to be the next Director of Animal Services. And to add to this, to ensure the individuals meet the job requirements. And as far as the new adoption center, my understanding was, according to Mayor Leeser at the time, this was supposed to be a full intake shelter. How does it go from the funds being allocated for a full intake shelter to an adoption center without it being discussed, voted on, analyzed? I mean, we need more intake. The animals need to be gotten off the street before they're having more puppies, they're having more cats, and it's just a never-ending cycle. But when they don't want to pick up the dogs, then there we go again. So my question is, how do we go from a full intake to a West Side Adoption Center? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Barbara Valencia. Ms. Valencia's topic is Animal Services, Abandoned and Breeding. She will be followed by Wanda Helgeson. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Barbara Valencia with Huckleberry Hound Dog Rescue. I am here again to shed more light on the broken foster care system at Animal Services. Animals are still being left in foster homes for long periods or abandoned altogether, often without being spayed or neutered. This is what I have here is a small example of the ongoing practice by Animal Services of returning unaltered animals they are responsible for into the community with little or no follow-up. This dog here, this puppy, has been in the foster care system for a year, not neutered yet. This puppy here, she's been in the foster care system for 12 months, a year, not spayed yet. This one, this kitten, has been in the foster care system 2.5 years, not neutered yet. Here's this puppy, a year, not neutered yet. Here is this puppy. She's been in for 2 years. She is not spayed yet. Here is this kitten, a 1.5 years, not spayed yet. These animals are out in the community. Here is this puppy, has been in the foster care system for 3.5 years. Again, not spayed. This kitten, 2.5 years, not neutered. This one, 1.5 years, this puppy, and again, not neutered. This one has been in for 3.5 years, and she has yet to be spayed. 2 of the puppies I showed here right now are fully grown, recently became pregnant, and gave birth to puppies. For an entire year, the foster home sent emails and made phone calls to Animal Services requesting these dogs be spayed, but their pleas went unanswered. This neglect has led to Animal Services contributing to the overwhelming animal crisis by allowing more unwanted litters. How many others have given birth to litters of puppies and kittens? It must be assumed all these unaltered animals in the foster care program are breeding, as the only way to guarantee they are not breeding is to spay and neuter them. The city manager has been aware of the failed foster care program for over a year, yet has done nothing to address or resolve the issues. It's both incomprehensible and irresponsible that our city manager and elected officials are enabling and allowing for the breeding of animals that are in the care of Animal Services. And that makes the city of El Paso, including Animal Services, the city manager, and our elected officials, backyard breeders. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wanda Helgeson. She will be followed by Zion Zait. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Wanda Helgeson, and I'm the Executive Director of Border RAC a nonprofit organization that serves to coordinate emergency healthcare and disaster preparedness amongst healthcare providers. While we're behind the scenes every day, I feel certain the hospitals and the EMS agencies would attest to our contributions in the regional coordination of time-sensitive emergency healthcare events. Our work has supported the community in its hardest moments. During the Walmart shooting, we alerted the hospitals of the incident, obtained mass fatality assistance for the medical examiner's office, tracked patients, and communicated the need for blood donations. For COVID, we opened and managed the first testing center in El Paso. We distributed over 22.5 million pieces of personal protective equipment, coordinated an additional 2,000 physicians, nurses, and respiratory therapists assigned to our local hospitals, coordinated the opening of the alternate care site and the monoclonal therapy site at the convention center, and assisted in decedent management. We teach bleeding control and CPR classes to the county courthouse, the airport, schools, local businesses, and the public. We participate in local health fairs, distributing free bicycle helmets and gun locks, conduct the Shattered Dreams programs, provide information on the signs and symptoms of heart attacks and strokes, and are working with the El Paso Fire Department on a project to decrease senior falls. I share these with you so you understand our commitment to the community, the emergency healthcare system, and our disaster preparedness. In August of 2012, the council approved a sublease at the airport for a hangar owned by TJW Aviation. It was noted for the storage of hospital and emergency medical supplies, along with disaster response equipment assets that could assist the airport in the event of a catastrophic incident, such as a plane crash. In July of 2023, we were notified of a need to demonstrate aeronautical use of the hangar. We submitted a plan to the city that reflected guidance provided by the airport. After 6 months of no response, we received a notice of default. We resubmitted our plan and waited an additional 8 months with no response, no return phone calls, emails, or even communication regarding certified letters. It seems our attempt to cure the default was ignored, almost as if a predetermined outcome was being sought. The termination of the ground lease came to council on the June 24th consent agenda. I share with you a document that indicates in black what was provided to you, suggesting we were not attempting to cure the default, and in red, all of the steps we had taken
Thank you, Ms. Helgeson.
to work with the city.
Thank
We
you.
were never notified that the issue was on the consent agenda, so we were not afforded the opportunity to contest the termination.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request you rescind that termination of the
Thank
ground
you, ma'am.
lease
You've reached
and
the
work
3
with us to
minutes.
meet the requirements. Thank you.
The next speaker is Zion Zait. His topic is also ground lease at EPIA, El Paso International Airport. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Zion Zait, and I serve as the coordinator for Region 9 of the Texas Emergency Medical Task Force, or EMTF. Texas EMTF is the medical arm of the state's disaster response plan. We are charged with the recruiting, training, maintaining, and deployment of medical assets when disasters strike. Our program is administered through the state's RAC network. My host program is Border RAC. The hangar in contention at 6805 Boeing Drive is my operational home. The hangar at 6805 Boeing Drive is the cornerstone of West Texas's disaster medical response. It is where we stage and maintain equipment used in the region and across the state. This includes one of only 8 mobile medical units in the state of Texas. These are fully equipped, 32-bed, tent-based field hospitals, packed and ready to deploy at a moment's notice. I also store a 53-foot command trailer there. She's one of only 2 in the state, the other one being stored in a hangar all the way in San Antonio. Since 2012, when the City Council approved our lease with TJW Aviation, we've launched responses to hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and more, all from 6805 Boeing. And while El Paso may not often face those threats directly, the hangar was our base of operations during the October 2020 COVID surge. From there, we coordinated the distribution of ventilators, masks, and other critical supplies to keep El Paso's healthcare infrastructure running. The previously mentioned mobile medical unit was deployed to expand bed capacity at University Medical Center. EMTF also coordinated the airlift of nearly 200 El Pasoans to other hospitals across the state when El Paso hospitals were stretched past their limits and capabilities. Over 200 EMTF personnel deployed from all over the state to El Paso's aid, and 6805 Boeing was the nexus of that effort. Now our presence there is under threat, not because of performance or mission failure, but due to some external influence seeking to displace a proven life-saving operation. Since 2023, our efforts to engage the city to satisfy the aeronautical use requirements have been met largely with silence for as long as 8 months at a time. That silence, followed only by an abrupt termination of our lease, sends a message that the outcome may have been predetermined and that these influences prevail over long-term public safety. I respectfully ask the council to rescind the lease termination and to work with Border RAC and TJW Aviation to develop a solution that meets your regulatory needs without sacrificing our operational capacity and the safety of West Texans and El Pasoans that come along with it. This facility and the work being done there has saved lives, and I ask that you ensure that it continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gaetano Tancredi. Mr. Tancredi's topic is tax system. Good morning.
Good morning to the city of El Paso.
Good morning.
I come from remote Italy, Vietnam era veteran. So I chosen El Paso my home. I've been here about 50 years already. So I decided to become part-time taxi driver at this moment, you know. So I feel that where I work on that field over there, down in El Paso, Texas, 6 of El Paso Street, there is a space that we can use by the Weta entrance, independent from Weta. I already figured out geometrically that the city can grant us a taxi sign, so we chase away the pirates over there, people over there that illegally park over there, and then we avoid the problem like with the police department that they're gonna chase those people all the time. So by have a taxi stand over there, a sign that says taxi zone A, continuation of that zone A, where it helps us a lot. And the people too, the walking people over there, that they need sometimes to cross the street, the traffic, very intensive. So the people that, let's say, they walk in the there from Weta to downtown, we can provide transportation quick, and we chase away the illegal parking over there. And appreciate, I don't know if you read my, we need only to put a sign, taxi zone A, yeah, that the metal sign, yeah, and the spot over there, on the bottom, so taxi air or whatever. But when they see that sign, taxi zone A, they're gonna respect it, because our taxi inspector, they will issue a tickets to the illegal parking over there, activity. I've heard myself to say some pirates over there, hey, take the jeepney, sir. We are professional drivers, you know. So appreciate if the city, I'm sorry, my English secondary language.
Yeah.
But anyway, you know, I only have a high school diploma, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not continue college. I really appreciate
Yeah, thank
your
you.
concern to listen to me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And God bless the city of El Paso. The last 50 years
Thank you,
has
Mr.
improved a
Tancredi.
lot. The tourists, they like it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Tancredi, and your English is perfect.
Yes.
The next speaker is Miwa Resurrection. Her topic is autism understanding. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson and the El Paso City representatives. My name is Miwa Resurrection. I was there when El Paso proclaimed April as Autism Awareness Month this year. I'd like to bring up autism understanding today. Unfortunately, El Paso City had a loss of life of a teenager boy last week. This incident brought deep sadness in our city, and many people are again focused on autism awareness. And many individuals thought why he was eloping and why he went to a very busy highway. We need understanding more about autism right now. I'm the founder of the non-profit organization Autism Hope El Paso, the mother of son with autism, and I believe I'm also on the spectrum. I'm asking the city El Paso to consider including more training about autism to promote greater understanding about this disorder. I'm capable of many things, but I still struggle to do some basic things in my life. Please help this vulnerable population. Help schools become safer for children with autism. Open the door for job opportunities for adults with autism. Promote greater public understanding for people with autism. Some of the people with autism are nonverbal, seems nervous, don't want to talk with you, or looks like enjoying themselves, but they want to connect with you. They want to include this society. Would you want to have a more information of autism, or would you want to meet to individual with an autism? Please contact to me. Thank you so much for a great city, El Paso. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
And the final speaker is Michael Clark. Mr. Clark's topic is comment on Paul Albright. Mr. Clark, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I want to address an issue that deeply affects both our veteran community and our connection with Fort Bliss. The vacancy in the Division of Veteran and Military Affairs officer position. This role is not just another city job. It is a critical liaison between El Paso and Fort Bliss, ensuring that the needs of veterans, service members, and military families are heard and supported. As many of you know, our last officer stepped down, citing mental health challenges. That reality should remind us, all of us, that even those who dedicate their lives to supporting veterans and themselves struggle under the weight of that responsibility. Mental health is real, and our community understands that. But while we acknowledge those challenges, we also need transparency about what happens next. The veteran community deserves to know what is being done to fill this position, what steps are underway to ensuring community continuity of service between City of El Paso and Fort Bliss, and most importantly, when can we expect this critical role to be filled? I want to be clear, I'm not here to make personal attacks. I'm here because our veterans and service members deserve answers. They deserve accountability. They deserve a city that leads with both compassion and action. We cannot allow such an important role to sit vacant without clarity or communication. Fort Bliss soldiers and El Paso veterans face real challenges every single day, whether it's mental health struggles, reintegration, or accessing local resources. Without a dedicated liaison, their voices risk being unheard at a time when support is more important than ever. I urge this council to provide true transparency on this issue. Share with the public what steps are being taken to fill this position, and give us a timeline for when we can expect this vital office to be staffed again. our veterans, our service members, and our community deserves nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Council, that concludes call to the public.
Unknown
That
participant
brings
is now
us
exiting.
to the consent agenda. And council, per the rules of order, no use of personal cellular devices should take place on the dais while the meeting is in session. Once you obtain the floor from the mayor, you will have up to 10 minutes for debate on each motion. You may speak twice. Please speak into the microphone and refrain from side conversations at the dais while the meeting is in session. For those of you joining us through Teams, please make sure your microphones are muted to reduce any background noise. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Prine. I move to approve the consent agenda with the following revisions. Page 3, item 3, move to the regular agenda per myself, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Page 3, item 4, move to the regular agenda per myself, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Page 15, item 39, delete per purchasing and strategic sourcing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Representative Lemon.
Discussion?
Representative Lemon.
Mayor, I'd like to pull 2 items for discussion. Item number 10 and item number 12 for discussion.
Okay. Ms. Prine, did you catch those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So items 3, 4, 10, and 12 will be moved to the regular agenda.
Correct.
And these will be taken after the public hearings.
All right, we have a motion in the second. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Any further discussion? All right, Ms. Prine.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro to approve the consent agenda as revised. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. That brings us to page number 8, to the first reading of ordinances. These are items 22 and 23.
Mayor, I make a motion that we move on the reading of the first reading of the ordinances.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Ms. Prine.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Limon, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro to introduce the ordinances on items 22 and 23. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
And Ms. Prine, if there's no objection, I want to move 3, 4, 10, and 12 to after item 34.
After item 34?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Okay. That brings us to item 24, and this is a public hearing of an ordinance granting special permit to allow for infill development with rear reduction to rear and side street setbacks at 506 Randolph Drive.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Does anyone want to see the presentation? Nope. All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on item 24? Hearing none, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, and this is to adopt the ordinance on item 24. There is no public comment. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take item 26.
Items 25 and 26 are related.
Yes.
Sir, would you like to take them together?
Sure.
Thank you. Item 25 is a public hearing of an ordinance changing the zoning from RF Ranch and Farm to C1 Commercial and imposing conditions. This is at the property south of Artcraft Road and west of West Side Drive. Item 26 is a public hearing of an ordinance amending the future land use map from O3 agriculture to G4 suburban walkable. also at south of Artcraft Road and west of West Side Drive.
Representative Chavez?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion, or does anyone want to see the presentation? Okay. Ms. Prine, no discussion. Call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Nino, and this is to adopt the ordinances on items 25 and 26. There's no public comment. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take number 27.
Item 27 is a public hearing of an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for governmental use at the property located at 6500 North Mesa Street.
Representative Canales?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on item number 27? Or does anyone want to see the presentation? All right, hearing none, seeing none. Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, to adopt the ordinance on item 27. There's no public comment. On that motion, call for the vote.
Aye.
Representative Chavez? Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's take item 28.
Item 28 is a public hearing of an ordinance changing the zoning from R3A residential to PR2, planned residential 2, and this is at Dewberry Drive, north of Woodrow Bean Trans Mountain Drive, and east of Wrestler Drive.
Motion to approve?
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a motion and a second? Any discussion on item 28? Hearing none, seeing none. Ms. Prine, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, to adopt the ordinance on item 28. Public comment was taken earlier today. On that motion, call for the vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Representative Chavez. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously.
Ms. Prine, can we take 29, 30, and 31 together? Or is that?
They're not for the same
They're
site, Mayor.
they're not related, sir.
Okay, good. All right, we'll do 29. Item 29.
Yes, sir. Item 29 is a public hearing of an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for a professional office front, rear, and side setback reduction and 70% parking reduction at 1514 Montana Avenue.
Okay, Representative Limon?
Do we need a motion first, Mayor?
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
think before discussion.
Yeah, sure.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, Representative Limon?
Yes, Mayor, so I'm curious because we keep hearing all these things about parking reductions, and we've had a whole lot of conversations. There's two on the agenda today, and I'm curious about this one because it's doing a 70% parking reduction on the property. Can you just tell us a little bit about this?
Hi, good morning, Mayor and Council. Luis
Good
Zamora with
morning.
Planning and Inspections. So the property is an existing property that they're converting to professional offices. There's no parking currently. They used to have a garage. Right now they're converting. They're providing 3 parking spaces through the alley. In the area, we know that there's on-street parking. The applicant actually submitted a parking study, making sure that demonstrating how many parking spaces are available on the street, and then an average of how many are available throughout the day. For this property, I believe 115 spaces are in the area, 200-foot radius from the property, with 72 spaces available on average. So this is more than the required to offset the requirement. So again, this is technically an infill project. It is an existing property. It is an older area in the city, and we're aware that there's not much parking already within the property. And then we do have on-street parking that can offset that requirement.
And you mentioned 200-foot radius. That would
300 feet. So yeah. So one of the requirements for the city to bring an item to council for under parking reduction, it's do a parking study. Demonstrating how many parking spaces are available on the street within 300 feet of the property.
Do you have any idea how many parking spaces or allotments does this group want to put there? I mean, how much traffic are they anticipating attracting to this area?
And for the public's benefit, can we bring the presentation up?
Sure. So, okay, so we're ready. So, again, this is for property at 1514 Montana. This is a special permit requesting the parking reduction. Well, it's a special permit allowing the use of the professional office and then setback reductions and the parking reduction, which is 70%. So here's the existing property again. It is, right now it is there. So they're gonna do technically interior remodels and some improvements. Zoning is A2, which allows the use of the professional office via the special permit if council approves it. So here's the site plan. Again, everything's existing. You have a table that demonstrates the request. We have the setbacks, the side yard setback, and those things. We have the parking study. So this is what the applicant provided. The red outline shows the 300-foot radius. I know it's a little small, the table, but it shows all the numbers they have taken for how many spaces are available on the street. Obviously, the total available, obviously not accounting for driveways, bus stops, and those things. They have provided a study from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 3 days. Well, actually, one day we have 4 streets that they have the numbers. Here we have the elevations. Maximum height is, again, it's existing, so whatever it is there, that's what they have. Nothing's being changed. This is a garage with an accessory dwelling unit on the top. That it is permitted. So they are kind of remodeling all what they have. Here's the property, and you can see there's spaces on the street that are available. This is the way it is right now, so needs a little maintenance. So that's what the applicant is obviously proposing to remodel and fix. And then you have all these other properties surrounding, which are compatible with the use, homes and businesses already. So we did send notifications to property owners within 300 feet. We did not receive at the time any communication support or opposition. Obviously, staff and City Plan Commission recommend approval of the special permit request and approval of the detailed site development plan. So one thing I'm missing is how many spaces are required.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Hope you're doing well today. Kevin Smith with Planning Inspections. This development is required to have 10 spaces. They are providing 3 as part of their development. They're asking for a waiver basically of 7. And as Luis noted, there was an average, I believe, of 72 spaces that were available on street.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
This is a beautiful building
Yes.
that's been under construction here for a while, and so I'm very happy to see it come
Yeah,
up.
and it's good to be put to use.
Will it be a law office?
I'm not sure. It just was noted as a professional office.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mayor.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify as well, I know staff, you said this, there was no objection from the neighborhood here, and the City Plan Commission voted unanimously to recommend this project to us, or this special permit to us and reduction.
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Nino?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. One quick question. I know that off-street parking has been a conversation for some time. In the last, say, 5 years, how many applications have gone into the city in regards of requesting some sort of, exemption
So,
of parking?
It's hard to account how many. We will have to do some research, but we probably see on average probably like 6, between 6 and 10 throughout a year. But we'll have to check. Obviously, that depends. The development is not something that happens all the time.
Correct.
So it depends what comes in from the applicants.
Now, how long has this option existed for an applicant to submit this request?
So it's always been available to the applicant. it is more, I don't want to say more available, but it's more likely when going through infill development, because obviously that's part of the incentive, reducing parking. Technically, the infill development program allows an automatic 50% parking reduction already. When they want more than the 15%, then that's a request they have to do to council. But in any instance, an applicant can request just the parking reduction through a special permit just for that, without going through infill.
Perfect. And once the applicant applies for the special permit, it gets reviewed and vetted through staff, the CPC, and then it comes to council, right?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, any further discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, seeing none, Ms. Prime, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro to adopt the ordinance on item 29. Public comment was taken earlier today. On that motion, call for the vote. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. And the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's take item number 30.
Item 30 is a public hearing of an ordinance changing the zoning to allow for a boutique as permitted in SD Special Development Zone District. This is at 2320 Montana Avenue.
Representative Canales.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on item number 30? All right, hearing none, seeing none, Ms. Prime, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon to adopt the ordinance on item 30. There's no public comment on that motion. Call for the vote.
Ms. Prine, I continue to have technical difficulties.
Yes, ma'am.
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take item number 31.
Yes, sir. Item 31 is a public hearing of an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for a 100% parking reduction and a rear setback reduction at 809 North Eucalyptus Street.
Representative Canales.
Move to approve.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Okay, Representative Limon.
So now we're looking at a request to allow 100% parking
Correct.
reduction. Can you share with us, please?
Yes,
Presentation.
just for the record, Luis Zamora with Planning and Inspection. So on this property, actually, the requirement is 3 parking spaces, and 100% reduction is for those 3 parking spaces. Same thing as the previous item. The applicant submitted a parking study demonstrating how many spaces are available, and then technically they are coordinating with Streets and Maintenance to provide actually 3 spaces on the street to create diagonal parking.
And Luis, for the public that's sitting here in the audience and maybe watching online, can we bring up the presentation?
Presentation.
So again, this is item 31 for 809 North Eucalyptus. This is a special permit request for the parking reduction and a rear setback reduction. So here's the property on Eucalyptus, north of I-10. On this property, technically the construction started way before the rezoning. It just they never completed and they needed to comply with requirements, so they requested the rezoning. Zoning is C4, that's one of the highest commercial zoning districts we have. Again, this is a request, not a rezoning, but a special permit request only for the parking reduction. Future land use map designates the area G2 traditional neighborhood, which is a walkable area. Most importantly, that's something that we want to, well, have more people walking, which sometimes translate to less parking. Here's the site plan. So again, this is a building that they're proposing. The work was on their way in the construction. There were some issues, so they requested a parking reduction because they did not have any parking within the property to comply. Before this project, before the applicant started building this, there was an old house, which technically did not have any parking, except for the driveway, as we typically see in this area. So,
Luis, we have a quick question.
Quick question. The blue area, is that where the 3 parking spots are going to be going?
correct.
Okay.
I was gonna get there. So the blue area represents the street. Technically, on the bottom is the street, Eucalyptus, and then on the right, that's the alley. So as you can see here, it demonstrates the proposal of 3 parking spaces on the street. That's something the city does not account towards the parking requirements because the street parking is open to everyone. If there's none, which actually let me go back to the pictures, and you can see there's like the landscaping, the sidewalk. You have more parking on the street at the corner. So when this happens, an applicant, technically any resident, can submit an application to Streets and Maintenance to technically be allowed or to permit the construction of parking on the street. Obviously, with the understanding that will be parking available for anyone. So this is not going to be just for them. It opens for anyone that wants to use on-street parking. So again, the site plan demonstrates that the applicant is undergoing through that process. Here's the parking study. So there were a lot of parking available throughout the area, 300 feet, which is again more like a block and a half away from the property, which people can park and then just walk to the establishment. But again, the requirement is just 3 parking spaces. Elevations for the proposed building. Here's kind of superimposed more or less the footprint of that building once it's complete. That's pictures of what's existing right now, which again was under construction at the time when they started requesting permits and did not meet the parking requirement. So that's why they submitted a special permit for the parking reduction. Proposed uses, we have some other offices, commercial in the area, which is obviously in character with the proposal. We did send notification to property owners within 300 feet. We did receive 17 letters in support from the surrounding neighbors. And at the time, we had not received anything in opposition. And then with that, staff and City Plan Commission recommend approval of the special permit and then the detailed site development plan.
Mayor, I'm just curious, what comes first, the permit process or the construction?
Well, technically the permit. So once someone wants to build something, they should be pulling permits first to be allowed, and then staff reviews, make sure they're compliant with at least the plans, and then we issue the permit to construct.
Are there any kind of penalties when the process is in reverse?
So we can double fee or triple fee during the permitting. If they did not get one, the city catches them in the act, then we can put a triple fee, double fee or triple fee in the record. So when they come and get the permit, they're gonna get, we're gonna charge those fees.
Okay, and that'll be in this case, Kevin?
Yes, ma'am. Again, good morning again, Kevin Smith for the record. Additionally, obviously, they have to comply with all the different requirements, both the zoning and building. So this is another one where they do have to go through this process to request it. This is not a guarantee. Obviously, it's up to City Council to consider this request. But in terms of the permits, they do have to go through, get permits built, get it properly designed, reviewed by staff, be co-compliant, as well as inspected. If there's anything deficient, then they will have to make those corrections.
Very good. And you know how important that is. We had a sanatorium that was in operation in District 7 without permits, without anything. And so it's really important for people to understand there is a process and that we will follow up on it.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, there is a process. Anyone listening, come see us here at Planning Inspections with One Stop Shop. We're at 811 Texas. And to make sure that they do things the right way. Otherwise, there is sometimes the penalties and a public process that has to resolve any deficiencies on a property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Great commercial there. Representative Canales. That was good.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Again, this case, I know the city's been working with the applicant. There are 28 angled or perpendicular spaces on that block, and they're adding the additional 3. The parking study shows that they have sufficient on-street parking there, and again, it's not going to be a use, I think, that generates a lot of trips or public visitors, and so I anticipate that this will be plenty. And again, you can see from the 17 letters of support from the surrounding neighbors, plenty of support for this on the block. So, urge my colleagues to approve this one. Thank you.
Representative Nino.
No, that's the other short
Fierro.
guy.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. The other short guy. He gets so confused. Thank you, Mayor. So this is a prime example of the infield growth that Representative Canales has been trying to educate us on. And did I understand correctly that the applicant paid for or pays for the traffic study?
Correct. So the applicant is responsible for creating the traffic study and then submitting to the city for review. They're also responsible for the construction of the parking.
Okay.
So the
That
city
was my
does
second question.
approve, well, may approve. I'm not entirely sure what's the process on this one. The city may approve, let them construct it, and then they go on and build it themselves.
So the applicant is investing in the
Correct.
project above and beyond also.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Any further questions on item 31? All right, Ms. Prine, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon, to adopt the ordinance on item 31. There's public comment was taken earlier this morning. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take 32.
Item 32 is a public hearing of an ordinance changing the zoning from RF Ranch and Farm to R2 Residential at 8172 Loud Avenue.
Representative Lemon?
Move to approve, Mayor. Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on item 32? All right, hearing none, seeing none, Ms. Prime, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Limon, seconded by Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, to adopt the ordinance on item 32. There's no public comment on that motion. Call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's take 33.
Item 33 is a public hearing of an ordinance changing the zoning at 201 Shadow Mountain Drive from GMU-C, General Mixed Use Conditions, to C1C, Commercial Conditions, and at 135 Shadow Mountain Drive from GMU, General Mixed Use, to C1, Commercial.
Representative Canales?
Move to approve.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on item number 33? All right, hearing none, Ms. Prime, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, to adopt the ordinance on item 33. There is no public comment on that motion. Call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's take 34.
Item 34 is a public hearing of an ordinance changing the zoning at 7750 Alabama Street from C1 Commercial to AO Apartment Office.
Representative Acevedo?
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on item 34? All right, Ms. Prime, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Acevedo, seconded by Representative Limon, to adopt the ordinance on item 34. There is no public comment on that motion. Call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, Ms. Prime, let's take consent agenda item number 3, 4, followed by 10 and 12 now.
Yes, sir. Would you like 3 and 4 together? No? Okay.
separate.
Item 3 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a consulting and planning services agreement between the City of El Paso and David Pettit Economic Development LLC, DBA Pettit and Ayala Consulting, to provide consulting and planning services related to economic development, tax increment reinvestment zones, and public improvement districts within the City of El Paso for a term of 2 years, not to exceed $220,000.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not the one who pulled this for discussion, but I can ask a couple of questions. This is kind of an on-call standing agreement. There's no
Let's get a
remuneration.
motion first, Representative, so we can discuss it.
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, now let's just go ahead.
There's no remuneration to David Pettit Economic Development unless we use their services related to tax increment zones, correct?
Correct. This is a per project contract, so it would be up to that amount for the 2 years with the 2-year extension and reimbursements for expenses. They've been on contract with us under various agreements since 2016, and so it's really if we need to use them for the creation, removal, modification of specialty finance districts like TERS and PIDS.
And they're kind of preeminent experts in this area, right?
Correct,
Okay.
yes. And this is going to be the case. So this was a sole source procurement because of the specificity of regulations governing tax increment financing in the state of Texas. Pettit and Ayala, or David Pettit LLC, are sort of the statewide experts, especially in municipal contracting.
Yeah, David Pettit has been here many times throughout the years, both for establishing these zones and for removing or modifying them in the past. He's provided a huge wealth of expertise, and so I'm happy to support continuing the contract with him. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
You want to walk us through your presentation, or?
Certainly, or
Sure.
I don't know if there were any other specific questions, or we just wanted to go to slides. Okay. It'll be pretty simple. I think a rehash of what we already talked about. So this is a professional service agreement or consulting and planning services agreement with the city and David Pettit Economic Development LLC, DBA Pettit and Ayala. I was very excited to see that DBA because, as we've pointed out, we've been contracting with them for several years. Natalie Ayala has been the secondary, and so I was glad to see her brought on as a co-principal. Here's the summary of the contract. So we've had various forms of a similar contract. The scope has been the same. So they've developed most of the existing TERS project and financing plans, provided information on public improvement districts, and a handful of specialty development services where they bill us by the hour. This agreement continues the same scope, and I think very kindly there's no contract increases. So the per project price is the same. It's a $35,000 flat fee for the creation of TERS. And I think $25,000 for PIDs. As we pointed out, extensive expertise in TERS PID creation. These are under specific sections of the Texas Local Government Code and the Texas Tax Code. And so you do need to have experience and understanding of state and local regulations to work on these. The contract term is 2 years with an option to extend an additional 2 years. The total amount is not to exceed $2,200,000 with reimbursable expenses. So occasionally we'll have him come out and do meetings or presentations. We reimburse for the travel. I will say that historically we've not spent, I think our highest year was when we had a few of these created, so around $80,000, but we're usually averaging about one project per year with them. And I think this is important to have renewed because we have been having conversations. One of the recommendations of the downtown, uptown, and surrounding neighborhoods plan was the creation of an uptown TERS. This has been an ongoing conversation with things like the Deck Park project. And so being able to have that expert on standby should we need to create these districts is helpful. It's the scope of work. So again, creation, modification, or major amendments to existing TERS. If you all were watching, David Pettit helped us with the amendment to TERS 11, which allowed us to bring forward those changes for the Cohen Entertainment Master Plan. PID policy and planning. This is a tool that we only have 2 active public improvement districts in the city, but it is a good, helpful tool, especially on the private development side, but they require the consent to creation by City Council. And then additional economic development support, strategic consulting services, economic development initiatives. David and Natalie are phenomenal at taking calls, giving us sample agreements. So when we were negotiating, for example, with Meta, providing us the sample 380s that were being used in other jurisdictions so that we could kind of benchmark that. And just for the full transparency, this is a sole source procurement. It does meet an exception under 252 that is stated in the contract. So no competitive bidding is possible because this requires a unique, specific experience. And so we're allowing the city to provide that service efficiently when there are not alternatives. And so we have that done. So it's sole source. So requesting approval.
Okay. Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Karina, for the presentation. I was looking at your backup, and I'm just wondering if you could walk me through. So we've been doing business with them since what, 2016 or 2011? There's 2 different dates, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's 2016. It might be incorrect on the slides.
Okay.
I think under a formal PSA since 2016, but they've been involved in projects one-off since 2011.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the $220,000, is that for, I know it's up to $220,000. Is that for 2 years or is that for 4 years?
That would be if we executed the extension, it would be for all 4 years.
Okay, so it would
if we
be,
exceed that amount, we would come back for a contract increase.
Okay, so it would be 220,000 for 4 years, up to
Yes.
4 years, and up to 220,000. Okay. I noticed that in 2016 we were paying them 42,500. Then it went up to 49, and then I'm assuming because of the 2-year term, it jumped to 280 in 2018. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that also with the 2-year extension?
That was 2-year with a 1-year extension.
Okay.
Because that ran through 2021.
Okay, and then it went up to 355, and now we're back to 220.
Yes.
Okay, and you said the most we've paid them is 80,000.
Yes.
From what you recall?
Or it's going to be 87. So we did 87,135 in 2018, and we did 79,000 in 2019. Last year it was 34,000 and some change with some travel expenses, but it's been variable. And so that was one of the things we looked at when we were setting the contract capacity. So it averages out to about 55,000 per year. So it would be one of each type of zone.
Okay. Did you say to create a TERS it costs us $35,000? Is that
So
correct?
it's a flat rate under the contract would be 35,000. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have something specific in mind for granting this contract today?
As of right now, there is no active council direction to create new tax increment zones, but as I've mentioned, some of the recent plans and initiatives that have been adopted by City Council do recommend that we have them, and so this is a case of we'd prefer to have the experts on hand should we need those on-call services, then run into issues with approvals or timelines and not have that ability.
Okay, I know that they have a lot of history with the city of El Paso, and I know that they have very specific experience in terms of what you just mentioned, TERS and other things. But I'm just wondering about the sole source. There's no one else in Texas that could do this type of work?
It's very specific. David Pettit and Ayala are kind of the preeminent expertise. So most other municipalities you'll find are contracting with them for similar work. They're also in a unique position, which is they typically only take government contracts. So they are exclusively working for municipalities, counties, other kinds of governments throughout Texas. So they don't work for the private sector. And so to have that combination of knowledge, one, knowing the 211 statutes incredibly well, all of the tax code requirements, the reporting, the creation, the ordinances, the filings with the Texas Comptroller, and then specifically representing municipalities. They're sort of it for the state of Texas.
Okay. How do you measure? Well, first of all, what is the funding source to pay them?
This is out of outside contracts, so it's a general fund source. It's department expenses, but it's budgeted for.
How much do you have budgeted for outside contracts?
Overall, I'd have to pull that.
For your department, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want the total amount. You'll have to it'll take me a second. I'll have to ask my finance, but yeah.
Okay. I'll wait. Thank you. My next question will be if you want to, because I know you.
I know.
You're very good at multitasking, so thank you.
No, go ahead.
My next question was going to be, how do you measure our investment in this type of consultant, or how have you measured it in the past?
Could you expand a little bit? I'm not sure.
Sure. So, for example, $35,000 to create a new TERS zone. We know that TERS is a reinvestment zone for our community, so maybe that's very clear on we spend $35 to create it, but in return we get X amount. But other work that they do, how do you measure? What's their KPIs?
I mean, it's contract performance, and so generally this is flat rate, right? They're being compensated for their time and expertise in putting that together. The result is that we get a TERS that doesn't have any findings with the Texas Comptroller. We've never had any inquiries into any of our reporting. In general, our consulting contracts, we have a number in economic development, are for specialty expertise, for information that we cannot otherwise perform on the staff level. I think that's pretty standard, any type of consultant contract. I don't know if
is there other KPIs for like strategic consulting services or assistance with economic development?
It's an as-needed basis, and so we would give them a specific project with specific performance. So in the past, it's been something like, we are working on this very specific 380. Do you have any examples? And they'll bill us for 15, 20 minutes of their time.
Okay. And I'm asking a lot of questions, and I'll also refer to Ms. Mack, only because we haven't gone through our strategic planning sessions. So economic development's at the forefront of a lot of us on council, and we've been very vocal about it, we just haven't had the opportunity to basically give direction on what strategies we want to implement. So I understand that this one and specifically is very specific to TERS, and I agree with the benefits of that to our community. I'm just wondering, with the other services or support that you're suggesting, you know, what direction we would give this consultant specifically, this one specifically, if we haven't really gone through our strategic planning sessions.
I mean, we do have an active strategic plan, and as you all know, we're bringing forward the comprehensive economic development strategy in the coming months. So that's just, I'm going to say that's general language, but we do not employ contractors, I guess, especially this one is an on-call contract. It would have to be related to some sort of active project or initiative, and council does see all of those.
So he would be called.
There would be a specific
it would be
deliverable
on call.
attached to any billing.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I will, if you have that number, that would be great.
Is that right? Yeah, okay, and I was checking that my number's correct. We budgeted $269,655 overall for outside contracts.
And that's for fiscal year 26?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, and so again, the projection on this one is we wouldn't anticipate needing to perhaps create more than one zone, but for the full 4-year term.
Okay, I have other questions, but I'll wait for the next presentation.
Mayor, if I could just chime in briefly to the questions, Representative Mayor Pro Tem. This contract also qualifies under the professional services exception of the procurement. So while it may not be a sole source, we are allowed to procure services of this type without bidding it out. I think what I'm hearing you say is that you would be interested in having council provide a policy directive as to what type of procurement you would prefer that we use when we do economic development. Is that what you were saying?
I mean, I was going to save it till the next presentation. In general, I mean, I think I would like an overview of what consulting services we're using as a city. And I'm looking at this as a business perspective. You know, how many consultants do we hire as a city? What is the cost to the city for those consultants? And is there an opportunity to develop people that we have currently on staff? You know, we've been using them for many years. They're very specialized, and I understand that in many cases, that's a necessity because of their specialization. And I just think that it would be great to have an overview of who we're hiring, how much we're paying them, and what role they're filling or what needs they're filling that we can't develop in-house with our current city staff.
Okay, I understand. I just wanted to clarify for you, for purposes of procurement law, we are allowed to procure these services without bidding them through the traditional bidding statute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. Karina, do you foresee this contract being used in the very near future, tied in with this development of the deck park?
That would require council action. So the creation of new tax increment reinvestment zones is an authority that lies solely with the city council. So it would require some sort of council action to move into any of the creation of these TERS, at which point we would execute the contract.
But you haven't done any kind of communication or contact with them regard the deck park?
Besides, I mean, we've talked about renewing the contract. We've confirmed that their rates are the same, and they have been the same since 2016. But no, unless council has taken some sort of vote that I wasn't aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Karina, for the presentation. Quick question. You mentioned that there's 2 active PIDs, correct?
Yes.
And how many active TERS do we have?
Oh, you guys are going to make me count them because they're out of order. TERS, Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 5 on downtown, number 6 on Medical Center of the Americas, number 7, which is over the Zaragoza property north of Blackie Cheshire Park, 11 at Cohen, and we just, I believe as of now, 9 is closed, right? Yeah. 13 and 14 at the airport.
And 14. And PIDs,
So
we have PID number 2, which is in District 5.
Yes.
And which other PID do we have?
And there's PID number 1, which is not collecting any longer, but it's for Thunder Canyon.
Number 1, you said?
Mhm.
Thunder Canyon. Okay, no further questions. I just wanted to get clarification on. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on consent agenda item number 3? All right, hearing none, Ms. Pry.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon, to approve the resolution on item 3. On that motion, call for the vote. in the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Let's take consent agenda item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a consulting and planning services agreement between the City of El Paso and DT Consulting LLC in an amount not to exceed $250,000 for a term of 2 years, with the option to extend for an additional 2 years. Contractor will provide specialized consulting and planning services to support economic development goals, initiatives, and priority projects for the City of El Paso.
All right, Karina, you're back up. You want to take us through?
Certainly.
Well, let me
This
get a
is-
motion.
Oh, yeah.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Move to approve.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All right, Karina, go ahead.
Thank you.
Karina, you're good.
We're good. This is another professional service agreement, or I think consulting and planning services agreement. So we're going to be using the same provisions that we just discussed with DT Consulting. This is founded and headed by David Torres, who is a local Pasoan with decades of economic development experience, financial planning, and academia. So again, local, I was very clear when we discussed this in briefings. I'll be completely transparent here. David Torres was a former city employee. He has worked for economic development. He has worked for the Office of Management and Budget, El Paso Electric, El Paso Water, UTEP, has extensive experience across many of these areas, and I think has a level of specialty knowledge for certain projects that we were trying to complete with very specific financing parameters, creative financing solutions, public-private partnerships, and some of those things. And so being able to have that specific capacity separate and apart from the regular day-to-day work that we're providing is necessary to kind of achieve some of these goals. We are holding that position vacant to help pay for these costs, so it is actually a net savings to the department. So there's no longer those kind of benefits and overhead. And so key economic development goals, and again, these come straight out of discussions that we have had, but revitalizing the downtown core, looking at housing financing tools and infill development, redevelopment initiatives, development of new industries, so youth sports, tourism, and I think very specifically the conversation you all have been having a lot about different ways to increase our parks and sports fields capacity while remaining budget conscious, business attraction and retention, and then some general ones. Items on this contract, this is a retainer agreement, but the hours and the specific projects will need to be provided and authorized by either myself, the Economic Development Director, or the OMB Director, and Sasha's sitting right there as well. And so there are a number of kind of financing projections, some specialized reporting that we'd like to take advantage of. It's a 2-year contract with an option to extend an additional 2 years, not to exceed $250,000. So the same situation here, it would be $125,000 per year, as this is a retainer agreement. If we needed to add those extra 2 years, it would come with a contract increase. And part of the goal here is also to sort of transition some of this work on the staff side, provide that specialized expertise and training. So these are general ones here, so same things that I've just discussed. The economic and financial analysis, these are sort of general capture terms. This is not going to, again, supplant any work that's being done by the departments. It is just the ability to really focus, dig in, provide some of that extra reporting, analysis, and forecasting that we may not always have the chance to do, and really to take advantage of looking for, again, I think really creative solutions, which is something that David has excelled at. And then general support. It is, again, a sole source procurement under the professional services exception that Ms. Neiman mentioned earlier, and we are recommending approval.
Mayor, I just want to add a note. I've been, as you recall, when you approved the budget, we have to save $36 million in salaries to be able to balance the budget. So for every single position, we're looking at, is there a better way for us to get that work done? Can we save some money in terms of how we're looking at it? In this particular situation, this person had to step away from full-time and could do the work. And for us, we're not paying that 40% of benefit. It's giving us, an opportunity to not only utilize them in one role, but also to help with OMB. But we have to begin to look at things differently in terms of how we plug positions. We're going to be doing that in others, and so it may not be this creative strategy, but we have to figure out how we streamline as much as we can, continuing to look at the best way to be able to approach the work. And we're always looking at it from a cost-benefit analysis perspective to ensure that we're getting as much bang as we can for the positions that we have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Ms. Mackey preempted some of my questions in that. Again, Mr. Torres has done a great job on staff. I know, again, unfortunately, he had to step away from working in the department, but just to clarify, his hourly billing rate, I don't know that that made it into the presentation. It is in the agreement, is $150 per hour. And so I think if we can utilize his expertise at $150 an hour instead of an annual salary and benefits, and you know, we're just using him in the areas where his expertise, you know, fits perfectly and makes sense on these specific projects. It's a great savings to the city, and I appreciate this approach, Ms. Mack. It is a good way to, you know, it's unfortunate that he can no longer be on staff, but I think it's a good way to keep his talents working for the organization and to do so at a reduced cost to us. So thank you for the approach and happy to support.
Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Karina, for the presentation. I mean, for the record, I appreciate Ms. Mack. I don't know David Torres. I'm new to the city, so a lot of my questions stem from just an opportunity to see what strategies we're putting into place. So the 250,000, Karina, is that for, because the backup says it's a term for 2 years, but is that the price up to 250 for 2 years or 4 years? Same question as before.
It's 2 years with the option to extend. So as Representative Canales pointed out, it's an hourly agreement. So if we used him at full time, that would cover 2 years. We'd come back for a contract extension if we sort of taper that off. So it's going to be up to that amount. If that amount covers the entire 4 years, then great. If not, we would come back for a contract increase as needed.
Okay, but I mean, from what the backup says, it's 125,000 up to 125,000 per year.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, if we use all of the hours that we wish. Okay. The resolution, and I do want to put this in the record, it says, whereas pursuant to Chapter 2254 of the Texas Government Code, the city has a substantial need for the consulting and planning services, and the city does not have the ability to perform the services with its own personnel. And that's what I was speaking about in the last item number, only because, you know, there was an increase to everyone's salary at the city. There was also an increase to the number of personnel in different departments. And so, again, I would just like to know, big picture, you know, what is the city of El Paso spending? And I'm not saying it's not spending it wisely. I'm just wondering, big picture, what are we spending on consultants? Why are we outsourcing these consultants? And why, like according to the backup here, it says we do not have the ability to perform these services with our own personnel. It's a valid question. You know, do we need to develop our personnel to do this types of work? And maybe it's not just for this specific item number, but in general for the consulting services that we're using.
I think it depends. I think it depends on the work that we're doing. I think it depends on the area. I mean, in some cases, we've been looking at some areas that we are looking at the cost of the total picture in terms of what HR is costing us, I mean, what benefits might be costing us, what IT might be costing us. And we have never historically sort of said we're going to look at where we might be able to bring in consultant services for some of these key areas. But as we continue to see the costs and expenses grow for our city, I think we have to think about how we might be able to deliver those services. I don't think it means that we're not going to support and grow staff in various departments. I think we're always looking at how we can be more efficient, you know, in those services. But I think it does warrant the conversation in terms of how we might be able to look at an approach that we may not have taken in the past. This has not historically been the way that we've looked at it, but I think it's a win-win for the organization in this specific case. It may not be appropriate for some other positions that absolutely require a 40-hour presence within the organization. We would not go that route if that was required.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. But it's still $125,000 a year. So I'm not saying it's not worth it. I'm just saying it's still a good chunk of money.
Exactly, and this was a funded position. Mr. Torres, you know, started the fiscal year with us. That position was valued higher than that amount. We will freeze that position on our salary staffing table to be able to fund this contract.
Okay, and moving forward with our strategic plan, I would like to visit that, you know, that topic of consulting services and how much each department is spending on them, and, you know, what we would like as a new council to basically strategize for the future. Again, there's many opportunities for specific reasons that we do need to hire outside consultants, and I think that they're valid. I just think that it's an opportunity for us, as we do the strategic plan, to review those and see what we would like, the direction.
Okay, and I just would caution that we need to make sure that operation continues and that we don't have a broad stroke, and we don't want to have consultants not clearly understanding what those consultants bring. You know, in some cases, we're outsourcing very specific skill sets, like in the area of IT, where those are not, we've had huge turnover and decided to go with other consultants to be able to do that work. And so I think we need to make sure that we're evaluating those and taking a deep dive to understand why we're asking those questions and why we're really moving in those directions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mack. Karina, again, as in the previous presentation, how will you evaluate the return on this investment?
So this is going to be a specific, it'll be specific tasks, which will have specific deliverables as they're assigned. And so we have a number of projects. I think some of these are going to be developing financing tools, the successful completion of projects, those sorts of things. And generally, as with all of our contracts, right, we're one of the program-based budgeting departments. And so we have KPIs for each program. Our contracts are assigned to each program. And so some of that you will just see through general performance of the department, as these are necessary for our performance and capacity.
Okay. Specifically to youth sports tourism, do you have anything in mind?
It is the development of a public-private partnership model to allow for investments in increased capacity on things like tournament fields, bringing those in. And so we would be looking at a way to develop that model. We have some leads on that, but we can discuss that further.
So you have some things already in the works for these bullet points?
Yes.
Okay. So it's very intentional?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think I just wanted to kind of start up and say that I share the sentiment that the Mayor Pro Tem has expressed on this. And I think I've been saying this since last year. You know, we have 150, at least last year, I remember looking into this, we have $150 million in contracts. And that's fine. But I think as a council member, the frustration that I have is, how are we measuring success? How are we getting here, right? And one of the contracts that I don't love, but I understand that we have, is the custodial contract, because it's too expensive to have it in-house, and there's a whole thing there, and we've had those discussions. But more on consulting and what we're doing, can we have more of an idea of where we're measuring success and have that conversation? I think it's not about eliminating these types of contracts. It's just more like, what is this doing? Yeah. And at least that's from my perspective on this.
So are you asking, for each one of these contracts, we would be issuing task orders. Are you asking to understand what those tasks are and when they're delivered and when they're due?
I think that I would say more like, if there was a past contract, right, and we're renewing it, we got our money here and we got all of this done. And now we're asking you to renew it, or we're really setting out to go do this because we want to accomplish this, this, and this, and we're going to accomplish it by this time. I think it's more of that, to understand how you're measuring success, so we know what we're voting on when we're there.
Okay.
And with this specific one, I'm just kind of wondering, from what has been said, it's not very clear to me, but this is what I've picked up from the conversation, is Mr. Torres was recently employed in the department. You had to cut that position, and now you're or why? What happened?
I mean, David is on the line.
It's a private, it's a personnel matter, and so we don't want to have that discussion regarding why he chose to separate from the city. But it was on, positive terms, and we're really happy that he was able to step into this new role that we're looking at.
Okay, and I understand the personnel matter, and that's fine, the details, but more, I go to your website, and he's still on the website. And it's kind of awkward to be doing this contract for somebody that was just recently employed, separated, and we want to keep that talent here, but they're still on the website. Like, that makes me feel uncomfortable. And this contract specifically looks like, okay, well, something happened, we want to continue with this person because they're great. So this is the fix, and you're asking us to do a hiring so we could save money on HR stuff, and now we're just going to do the $150 per hour. I think the way of getting here is just kind of weird to me, and I wanted to express that. I don't know if you have anything to say to that.
I understand. And I think some of that is there's, again, as Ms. Neiman pointed out, there's differences between professional services agreements and consultants where you're saying, you know, you've got to complete a project, you've got to be within a certain threshold, the timeline. These are typically per project. And so we assign a specific task, we expect a deliverable, we receive that, we approve it, and then we pay out. And so in all of these cases, it's kind of as needed. Again, the specialization of the knowledge and experience here is hard at this time to replicate with staff. And so part of that is looking to transition, complete some of these specific projects that we have that frankly otherwise would have to be backburnered. We would not be able to complete some of these projects.
Yeah, and I understand the reasoning and, you know, the type of procurement and what we're doing here and stuff like that. It just feels messy, and how we got here feels messy, and that's what I'm trying to express. And I've read through the contract looks fine, but from the beginning, I had an initial thought at the beginning of the conversation where you had this person working here years ago. Now they have a lot of institutional knowledge. We're bringing them back, not that this person was here this month, you know. And now we're moving to this, and we're doing a hiring decision here to keep that person. Like, I wish it would have been a little bit more clear.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. In reading the description on item 4, I guess, Karina, I have a question. Do you perceive the deck park as a priority project for the city of El Paso?
For item 4, it's not something that's specifically called out in the DT consulting agreement. City Council has taken action to have us look at financing models. I suppose that's something that David could work on. Really, what we're thinking is immediate next steps on projects were things like financing tools focusing on the work that we've been doing on housing, part of that housing cross-functional team with my economic development, with community and human development, working on those finance tools, and then really redevelopment of downtown, but also other strategic areas. And then I think primarily sort of the sports and some of the coordination with utilities, at looking at a way, the feedback we've been getting from development community is really having coordinated incentives and approaches between the city, the county, and those utility entities. And so again, that's a place where Mr. Torres' experience and connections can help us. So those are initial first steps. I'm not going to preclude the idea that he couldn't work on something related to the deck, but it's not, for me, in the immediate first set of task orders.
But I guess, Dion, has the city set the deck park as a priority project for the city? I mean, is that something that we're putting, I know we're not putting any money in it because it's not in the budget, but has the city designated that the deck park is a priority, something we must do, we must bring forth to the community? Or is it all still just up in discussion?
So council still will be taking under consideration several items in the next couple of months. As she said here, we're really focusing on a housing plan. It's going to come, as you saw in the presentation yesterday. It's going to be a part of our comp plan, so that's going to be coming to you in November. So what Karina is focusing on and talking about is that strategy that we'll be bringing forth within that time frame, which really is citywide. It isn't specifically about things that may be developed near the Deck Plaza or anything like that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions, Karina, and I asked them when we had the presentation. Excuse my voice. I'm looking at the numbers here. I understand contracting work can be very beneficial to business, especially when you have the institutional knowledge that can be carried on. But I have some questions on the numbers. Okay, so we're looking at $250,000 for the total contract for 2 years.
For the maximum contract, that includes a 2-year with a 2-year extension term.
Okay, and so in our conversations, I asked previously this city employee what was their salary while they were working here?
I'm gonna have to pull. Robert's got my budget handy. Thank you.
That's just salary, not benefits.
Yeah, it's a 121,731, but that's.
Is that
not-
loaded?
No.
Okay.
That's just base salary, yeah.
Benefits were also 40%.
Yeah, that's not including benefits.
Yeah.
The total again, I'm sorry?
121,731, but again, not including benefits or
Not
overhead.
including benefits. This is full-time? Full-time? He was a
Yes,
full-time
it's a
employee?
full-time salary, yeah.
Okay. And so we're looking at this 125,000 annually, no benefits.
It's 150 per hour, up to 125 per year, and then 200, no more than 250 overall.
Okay, so what is the, I mean,
So
look at
if
the math
he
real quick.
worked full-time on this contract, it would be 125,000 per year. We'd be at our cap in 2 years. We would have the option to add more capacity and renew or not renew.
So his hourly rate when he was an employee was right around $58, $60 an hour at full-time. 58,
Yes.
58, 52 hourly salary, full-time. And now we're looking at 150 an hour. Is he going to be working full-time, or what would be
It's
his?
going to be as necessary for the project, so he'll bill hours. So we'll assign projects for the month, again, myself or OMB, with oversight from the CFO, Mr. Cortinas. We would assign projects, have an expectation, quoted hours, do the time clocking, and then pay out for those billing.
Do you have an idea how much time you're planning to utilize his services as far as hours?
It's probably going to be close to 30 to 40 hours for at least the first couple of months, and then we'll kind of see where we're at on some of these initiatives.
Very good. Oh, the other question is does he have the ability to do feasibility studies since you're looking at sports?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Karina, for this presentation. I'm going back to the term period. So it's 250 for 24 months with the option to extend it an additional 2 years, but the cost itself for 250 would not change. If the cost has to change, then you would come to council to make an amendment to that actual cost, correct?
To add a cost, yes.
Okay, and I'm just reading through the agreements and trying to get that clarification, because on the Exhibit A, it does state in the compensation, client shall pay DT consultant a total not to exceed 250 over the 24-month period. But now also on the term of the agreement, it does say that this agreement may be extended for an additional 24 months. So I just want to make sure that that's clear in the understanding. Okay.
Yeah,
no further
that
question.
cap is the cap, so we would have to come back for any additional funding.
Perfect. No further questions.
Okay. Any further discussions on this item? Okay. Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon to approve the resolution on item 4. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session. And that motion passes 6-2. Representatives Acevedo Nino voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The motion carries.
All right, and Ms. Mack, can we make sure we remove this individual's name from our website and stuff like that? Okay, consent agenda item number 10.
Yes, sir. Item number 10 is a resolution that the addition of broadband transmission poles on Mesa Street serves a public purpose of providing broadband access, infrastructure, and utilities to residents and visitors of the city, and that the city manager be authorized to sign a multi-use agreement between the city and the state acting by and through TxDOT for the use of Mesa Street right-of-way for the purpose of installing and maintaining broadband poles.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. Carolyn Patrick. So this item is seeking approval for agreement signature with TxDOT, who is the owner of the right-of-way on the Mesa side of San Jacinto Plaza. This is part of the ARPA broadband expansion project, which includes the expansion of fiber in certain areas in the city and expansion of Wi-Fi capability in certain facilities. And so this focuses on expansion of Wi-Fi at San Jacinto annually for certain special events. For instance, for Winterfest, we have to install additional Wi-Fi devices to support the attendance. And so this would now make permanent that Wi-Fi device installation.
Okay. Representative Fierro?
Thank you, sir. Mayor, my question is really, I understand what the poles are for, but who's going to utilize them? Is that going to be an RFQ, RFP, or do you already have a company that's going to use it for their services?
We already, for the installation?
No, not for the installation, but for digital service.
The service is, what this will do is provide more devices for Digital El Paso.
Right.
Is what it does. It provides for Digital El Paso, so for any community member can access that.
I understand that. But
Okay.
is it going to be Spectrum, AT&T?
It's our fiber,
city.
sir. It's a city-owned fiber.
The city's fiber. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, didn't understand the question.
No, thank you.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I know this has for a long time been a problem at like you said, at the larger events, particularly Winterfest, where our networks get overwhelmed. And so I appreciate the, again, previous direction from the council. I think it came from the last sitting of the council to invest some ARPA dollars in Wi-Fi connectivity across the city. It's something that we've rolled out in a lot of places. Just for the sharing a little bit of the history, during the pandemic, the city used ARPA to expand, for example, coverage of Wi-Fi from libraries further out into the library parking lots, so that public who didn't have Wi-Fi access could come to the libraries, and it was other city facilities as well, recreation centers, and you know, they were not open to the public, but they could sit in their cars and do whatever work they needed or school or whatever it was. It became very important to provide that additional Wi-Fi accessibility across the city. And I know that this is a project that comes out of that as well. And so, when we have larger events downtown, it will be, I think, definitely welcomed by the public to have better connectivity there. And again, I understand these will be the very nice looking decorative poles. They'll blend into what's already there at San Jacinto Plaza?
Correct. The temporary solutions that we have had to use up until this point are
a little less nice.
Yes.
Yeah, a little less nice. But you know, they've done the trick. But it'll be nice to have the permanent Wi-Fi connectivity there, and we won't have to worry about deploying and breaking down and deploying and breaking down. So, happy that we're moving forward with this. Hope that council will hopefully move forward with this. And again, I know we just have to take this step because of the location is close enough to Mesa that it's within the TxDOT right of way. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Limon?
Thank you, Mayor. Carolyn, how many broadband poles are situated in the Placita right now? Are there any there already?
We have attachments. I would need to get the number for you on the poles that come to the center in the park. We have devices installed there, and I believe on the Main and Mills side of the park.
Okay, so there's already numerous poles there, correct? And so these are going to be, or stations, or I'm not sure what you would call them.
We're going to install poles on the Mesa side of the park, on the Mesa Street side of the park, so we can install devices on that side of the park. That is not a city right-of-way, and so this agreement allows us, TxDOT is allowing us to install the poles for that purpose.
I understand, but I guess maybe I'm not saying this correctly. Maybe there are no more broadband transmission poles necessarily in the Placita, but there are other location for these devices already?
There are other devices in the park. Those have only a certain area of coverage, so we are able to extend coverage with these poles permanently on that side of the park, on the Mesa side of the park.
Okay. And the Mesa side of the park, the placita is where so many events and activities are taking place that became kind of like a priority to set the 3 poles in that site?
So we're looking to provide as much coverage to blanket the entire San Jacinto Plaza. We have been lacking physical permanent structures on the Mesa Street side of the park.
Okay, and is this the end, or are you planning to install more of these poles at the placita?
No, this will be it for San Jacinto.
And funding came through ARPA?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Carolyn. Appreciate it.
All right, any further discussion on item number 10, consent agenda? All right, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon to approve the resolution on item 10. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Representative Chavez, did you want to speak on that item?
No,
Okay.
Mayor. I wanted to reconsider my motion, my vote for item 4.
You
To
want
rescind it.
On item number 4?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there a second? Second. There's a motion
Okay.
and a second to reconsider item number 4. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? We're back on item 4, and this is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a consulting and planning services agreement between the City of El Paso and DT Consulting LLC.
Okay. Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to reconsider my vote just because I think the process is a little messy, and I don't like the idea that this employee's picture is still on our website, and I just think it sets a bad precedent in terms of procedure. So that's my opinion personally. Thank you
Okay.
for the consideration.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Okay, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon to approve the resolution on item 4. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session. And that motion passes 5-3. Representatives Chavez, Acevedo, Nino voting nay. Representatives Rocha, Trejo, Fierro, Limon, Canales voting aye. The motion carries.
Okay, let's take consent agenda item number 12.
Yes, sir. Item number 12 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a license agreement between the City of El Paso and the El Paso Community Foundation's Borderland Rescue Fund for the use of approximately 3,000 square feet of the city's property at 300 North Campbell for storage of pet food and supplies for the library pet pantries.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'll move to approve.
Okay, okay, Representative Canales?
And then, yeah, thank you to Ms. Mack, Mr. Bristol, a lot of staff who's worked on getting this license agreement together, and then corresponding staff at the El Paso Community Foundation. So far, the pet pantries program, this is the library pet pantries, but also the rescue pantries. So the Borderland Rescue Fund is providing food and supplies as well directly to numerous animal rescue organizations throughout the community. I think we have a big announcement coming up, but I already spoiled it on the weekend at the Westside Adoption Center. We just in the past week reached 100,000 pounds distributed.
Wow.
In the past not quite 3 months, and so we're very proud of that.
Wow.
You know, maybe I ruined our 100,000 announcement. I'll get to announce the 1 million in a bigger way when we get there. But so as we've received shipments of food and supply, we've been storing those at a private warehouse with a partner who has been extremely generous with their space and their time, and you know we've been in their hair. But again, it's a private business with a warehouse. The program has very clearly outgrown that space, and because of the excellent partnership between the Community Foundation and the city, we're hopeful that the city will agree to, that the council will agree to approve this license agreement to use some of the warehouse space that the city has available in the rear of this building, the old El Paso Times space. It is empty warehouse space, largely empty. And so this is a use agreement for that space to store some of that food and supply that comes in. It's a much better site for us also in terms of pickup and particularly drop off of supplies. The other warehouse has loading dock access through a very narrow alley. It's been incredibly difficult for those drivers to back up, essentially semi-trucks into a little alley in Central and, back up to a very small loading dock. And so this was built as a large commercial facility that was initially used by El Paso Times for the distribution of their printed papers. Much better access, and we're excited for the continuation of this partnership with El Paso Community Foundation and Borderland Rescue Fund. So, Council, I hope you'll consider approving this. And again, great benefit to the community. We hope that this becomes a good distribution point for some of this food. Thanks.
100,000 pounds. That's awesome. Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. This struck me as an interesting thing. Richard, good morning. It's good to see you. I guess my first thought when I saw this was, I said, wow, there's 3,000 square feet of city property that hasn't been used. And so my question is, and I don't know if you know this, how many square feet of excess property do we have within this building? I know we've got this front section, and we have the breezeway, and then what do we have? What else do we have?
Richard Bristol with the City Manager's Office. This is actually going to be in the El Paso Times building, which is connected to us, and that is a substantially sized building. It will be in the area where we were housing animals up until we moved them to the west side and also back into to Fred Wilson. So it's a large area, and presently we're storing things in there. We have our Winterfest items in there. Some of the departments have other materials that they need to store. So there's a large area that is temporarily available right now because we do not happen to be using it. So we'll take a section of it closest to the front gate over here in the back, and that'll allow them easy access to the docks for distribution and to receive their inventories. It'll be a managed process through the representative's office. Initially, we'll be overseeing all of it, and then we'll have also staff will be involved, and we'll also make sure that security knows when we're doing this as well. But there is a sizable space in the building connected to us. We do not, as of right now, have an action plan for you, so we're utilizing it for various reasons. This is one of them.
Thank you, Richard. And the reason that I bring this up is because I think that in the since January, there has been some continuous building and rebuilding of cubicles, specifically on the second floor. I think that the attorney's office I don't know how big your cubicles are now, Carla, because they keep bringing in the sheetrock left and right. I mentioned to someone, I think you guys are working on the third floor because there's so much activity that's going on there, city manager's office. And so it's spaces, but they're being literally broken up into cubicles. And so my question is, are there plans to extend out there and maybe bring other departments that are scattered into different areas? That was my question with the 3,000 square feet of, like it's been described as
We
excess
did
property.
take a look at it, ma'am, and I would love to take you on tour.
Yes.
It's raw.
Okay.
Yes. So we had actually had our team look a year and a half ago at how we might be able to expand into some of that space. There were issues with the elevators. It's basically an open cavern. They took out all the printing equipment, and this is just completely open. So the reason why we chose to go the route of being as affordable as we could in terms of taking up all of our storage space is because we couldn't do a capital program to be able to utilize that space. I don't see us anytime in the future having the capacity to really build in that space. I would love for you to be able to go and see it. And that's why we just try to make the best use of the spaces that we have. And again, the spaces in this building were primarily to make sure that as we were having people return to work, that everybody had a space within the building. And for my office, for the first time, all the deputies are actually in one building.
Together. Which is really a great idea. But if it's a great big place open, we had the border rack people come and talk to us. They lost their spacing. I mean, possibility?
We've had a couple of people, and I think I can have real estate, talk to you about it. I mean, we
Okay.
had discussions with the county at one point. We were talking about childcare. I just think because of the heavy lift of what it would cost to actually retrofit that space, it becomes really challenging for anybody sort of looking at it for anything other than warehouse. And again, this agreement is for a year, so it doesn't tie us into, if something does come up and we do have an opportunity, then we would find additional space for all the things that we're storing here. If we really had a development opportunity, but I think that it is a tremendous lift for anybody who's going to make an investment.
Okay, and is there a fee for the lease?
There's no fee for the lease because of our partnership, but they are covering insurance to make sure that if there's any damages or anything that happens in those spaces, that can be covered under this agreement.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Nino?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff and District 8 for all the work that took place into this pet pantry initiative with the libraries and Ms. Mack as well. One quick question. I know that I followed up about a month and a half ago about there not being a pet pantry in District 5 at the Esperanza Moreno Library. Has it been installed yet?
Yes, sir. We installed it.
Okay,
We
perfect.
installed it and stocked it.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I
And
know I
I'm
had
gonna make
followed.
sure no one stole it as soon as I get off the podium here.
Okay, great. Perfect. That's my only question because I know I had followed up because there wasn't one when we started promoting them. But thank you for that. No further questions.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that was unfortunately the last one to get installed. There were some issues with it there. It actually wasn't the last one to get installed. One was installed, and just based on the location of where it was and the way the wind hit it, it actually received some wind damage. And so we had to remove that one and order a replacement. In fact, I think your office covered the cost of the replacement. So with the discretionary funds you had contributed. So thank you for that. We were glad to have those on hand to be able to provide a quick replacement. And yes, it got stocked. I think it's been stocked more than once already. So the public's using it, and it's been out for two-ish weeks. Yeah, and I think it's already gotten 2 different restocks, so it's been filled 3 times. And yes, again, just to note for everybody, this is the conversation about that space at the Times building. It's in my district. I've also had a very similar interest in seeing that redeveloped for something productive. Ms. Mack, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the cost estimates have been in the tens to hundreds of millions of dollars to make that space usable. It's a huge property, but it is in huge need. And again, the warehouse space is pretty good, and the rest of the space, particularly where the giant printing press was, and I mean, when I say giant, it was multi-story and a huge machine. That space is in a pretty bad state. It doesn't even have a floor. Like, it doesn't even have a concrete floor on part of it. And so, I guess rest assured that the staff has taken a hard look at what could be done there. And for now, it's most productive as just the use of the warehouse space. And like Ms. Mack said, there's all the Winterfest decorations and equipment. Those are all stored back there. There's some small other things that are stored in there. I know Animal Services still has a small amount of material in there, but otherwise it's basically good for warehouse floor space and really difficult for any other use. So I think this is a good use for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Prine, let's call for the vote on consent agenda item number 12.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon to approve the resolution on item 12. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Ms. Prime, we have 8 additional items, and I think we're coming up on a lunch at 12:30. Do you want to take a few more? Let's do item number 35.
Yes, sir. And this is on page number 13. Item 35 is discussion and action to approve a resolution that the City Council declares that the expenditure of District 8 discretionary funds in an amount not to exceed $2,000 for the curation, construction, promotion, and/or programming of the El Paso Museum of History exhibit Mountain of Gold, a history of East and Southeast Asian cultures in El Paso del Norte in the 1880s through 1980s, serves a municipal purpose of enhancing the quality of life of the citizens of El Paso through entertainment and by fostering community pride and encouraging civic engagement, and further that the city manager or designee be authorized to effectuate any budget transfers and execute contracts and/or related documents necessary to ensure that the funds are properly expended for the municipal purpose. This item is Representative Canales.
Representative Canales?
First off, move to approve.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
And thank you, Council. I hope you'll support this. The exhibit opened this past weekend. It's wonderful if you have the opportunity to check it out at the El Paso Museum of History. Again, it's always free. And this will help them to continue with the promotion and programming of the exhibit. It will be up for quite a long time. It's in their larger space where they have exhibits up for longer, so it'll be up for 18 months. And they'll do, a whole bunch of events and lectures and programming related to it. So hopefully this is helpful to the museum to attract some more visitors, and I hope you'll support. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Any further discussion on item number 35? All right, Ms. Prime?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, to approve the resolution on item 35. On that motion, call for the vote. And the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's take number 36.
Item 36 is discussion and action to direct the city manager to appoint a member to the Urban Waters Federal Partnership Steering Committee. This item was placed by Representatives Acevedo and Boyer Trejo.
Representative Acevedo?
Thank you, Mayor. We are.
You want to make a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
All right.
And we're following up on the meeting that we had 2 weeks ago, where we had a presentation introducing what Urban Waters is doing. And since that meeting, we are understanding that the county is meeting today to discuss appointing a member of their staff to the steering committee. So by moving in this direction, we have both the city and the county on board, and I think we could kind of figure out what is going to happen next with this important project. I know that they mentioned all the steering committee members, and trying to get to an ambassador was the important part. So that's the funding. Today, there's no funding requested. It's just more saying we want to have a voice in making this decision, and then trying to come and find funding for that ambassador, and seeing how that will work in the future, whether it's going to be something that the county takes on, the city takes on, a nonprofit takes on. But I think it's important for our voice to be on there. And like I said last meeting, somebody that the city manager can designate could be from the climate office, streets and maintenance, etc. That's within her purview. But the group will meet more on a frequent basis, because right now I think it's been a little infrequent, and having the city and the county at the table, I think, will give a little bit more structure to this. So I just wanted to give that context on that.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Mayor.
Representative Fierro?
Thank you, Mayor. When this came up 2 weeks ago, last meeting, the young lady who was doing the presentation mentioned the ambassador, and then mentioned that there was no funding that was going to be requested from the city, and then stepped back and said there was going to be some funds being asked for, and then there wasn't, then there was. I have concerns with us spending money on projects like this when we have issues with a project downtown where we're talking about maybe cutting some funds there, or we're going to vote on cutting some funds there, but yet we're going to talk about expending funds somewhere else. And I know that Representative just said that we'd talk about it later, or who was going to take over those responsibilities. But until I find out if there's any money being requested or asked for or signed for, or I think the representative just said we'd look for the funding, I can't vote for this. And so I just want to make sure that I had my concerns stated.
Okay, thank you. Representative Trejo?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also asking for the support from our council members. By appointing a city staff member to the Urban Waters Partnership, we ensure that the city has a voice at the table with partners and another 14 federal agencies that are shaping the waterway future. So this is a partnership that will help address the community, our needs, and then maximize funding opportunities. So I ask for your support in this in this item. Thank you.
Representative Lemon?
I guess I'm curious about the process, Mayor. How will this person be selected? It sounds like it should be someone very specialized, water, conservation, things like that. So I'm curious about what the process is going to be in the selection.
Representative Acevedo, would you know, or Ms. Mack?
I guess just more clarifying, do you mean the person that we would appoint from the city on?
Yes.
To the committee? So I thought that Ms. Mack could kind of figure that out, and that's why we can't direct her staff, right? We direct her, and I think I nicely suggested probably somebody from the climate office might be a good person, or the streets department, but I think ultimately it's under her purview to kind of match somebody to this. So I didn't want to get too involved with telling her who it had to be. I want her to have that discretion.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion on this agenda item number 35? I'm sorry, we're on 36. All right, Ms. Prime?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Acevedo, seconded by Representative Boyer Trejo to approve the direction on item 36. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes 7-1. Representative Piero voting nay.
Okay, Ms. Prine, it is exactly in like 45 seconds, 12:30. We have an additional 6 items. It's up to council what you guys want to do.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we recess for lunch for 1 hour, as we have already stated in our procedures when we set our way of conducting our meetings.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Prine, you can call for the vote.
There is one nay. I'll take roll call. Representative Chavez?
That's okay.
Acevedo? Aye. Rocha? Trejo? Aye. Niño? Fierro?
Yeah, aye.
Vivon?
Aye.
Canales?
No.
No.
The motion carries. And so the City Council is now in recess for 1 hour at 12:30 p.m. and will reconvene at 1:30.
But he already did it on the last time we voted. He broke the tie. He was like, who am I more afraid of?
going to, and you know I will.
You guys ready?
Yes, we're ready.
It will be done quick.
No, we're not. In streets.
Move to reconvene the meeting.
Please don't. Okay, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. There's
Okay.
a motion to
Second.
reconvene. There's a motion and a second to reconvene the council meeting. All in favor? Anyone
Aye.
opposed? The meeting is back in session at 1:31 p.m.
And we're on item 37, I believe.
Yes, sir. And 38 is also with the same company, if council would like to consider those together.
Please.
Okay, item 37 is discussion and action on the request that the Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing be authorized to issue purchase orders for solicitation 2026-0050, toll system maintenance and equipment to the Revenue Markets, Inc., DBA TRMI Systems Integration, the sole source provider for the computerized toll collection system maintenance and equipment for a term of 1 year and an estimated amount of $250,000. Item 38 is discussion and action on the request of Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing be authorized to issue purchase orders for solicitation 2025-0290 toll collection system upgrade to the Revenue Markets, Inc., DBA TRMI Systems Integration, the sole source provider for the toll collection system upgrade and maintenance for a 3-year term and an estimated amount of $6,177,406.32 with a stipulation that the vendor provides an updated sole source letter and affidavit each year.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
All right, Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you to the department. It's hiding behind the pillar. It's the toll collection at the bridges is due for quite an update, and so I appreciate you all bringing this forward, and happy to support today. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Any further discussions on item 37, 38? Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Maldonado Rocha, and this is to approve the requests on item 37 and 38. On that motion, call for the vote.
Ms. Pring, can I vote?
Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. Representative Boyer Trejo, I'm not sure if you want to vote on this. Okay. End the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. Representative Trejo, Fierro, and Limon not present for discussion.
Okay, let's take item number 39.
Yes, sir. Item 39 was deleted with a consent agenda.
Okay, let's take 40.
Item 40 is discussion and action on the request that the Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing be authorized to issue purchase orders to increase contract 2023-0258 collector and above street resurfacing 2023 to International Eagle Enterprises. The change order will increase reference contract by $1,559,200 and will allow for additional resurfacing of council-approved streets under the 2022 Community Progress Bond Program to include milling, proof rolling of subgrade surface, rework of existing subgrade, and hot mix asphalt.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve. Happily.
Okay, Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for being here. I just have a quick question. And this may be more for Ms. Mack. When was the last time that we got an update on the Community Progress Bond from 22?
It was probably 6 months ago. You all were brand new,
Yep, we were
January,
brand
February.
new.
But we're planning them right now. So you're going to see the enterprise funds come in October.
Okay.
And then we're going to follow that with the overview of all the capital improvement. So you will
Okay.
have seen the entire capital portfolio in October.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so a question for the change order, and I understand that it's a little over 1.5 million, right, for the change order. What did that come from? I know that it says increase contract capacity to allow for additional resurfacing. How many additional streets were resurfaced with this?
Garcia's Streets and Maintenance Department. We are adding one additional street. We're adding Lomaland. So in order for us to finish it, we need to add capacity. So we have a segment that they've already started. And in order to complete the full segment, which we have not released any type of okay for them to go forward, once you guys do approve it, we'll release a new task order for them to complete Lomaland. And
Thank
that's
you so
north
much.
of the freeway.
Thank you, Randy. I appreciate it.
Representative Trejo?
Thank you, Mayor. So I was briefed on this, I think it was earlier this week. My days are all mixed together. But I had asked if you could add to the presentation the list of the streets. I don't see it on here.
We weren't able to add it because it was late in the day when we discussed it with you. But I did send your office the updated list, and I do have it, so I can amend it and send it to you. But we did send it out to your office yesterday.
Okay. So my question was if you could add it so that we could all see it.
Okay.
So if you can, I don't know, make a copy or send it to all the districts.
We'll send it to all of council. I believe he's saying we had already posted the backup.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further discussion on item number 40? All right, Ms. Pry?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Maldonado Rocha, and this is to approve the request on item 40. On that motion, call for the vote. And the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take 41.
Item 41 is discussion and action on a resolution that the city manager or designee be authorized to effectuate the budget transfer to allocate budget from the master fire renovation project for the Fire Station 8 PCP.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. It'll definitely be for the department. I don't know if they're here. Yes. And actually, more so for the fire department, but you can probably answer the question, and that's that I've heard there has been a rumor in the public that this fire station will be closing permanently. I don't know where that came from. I've told a lot of people that's not the case. Can you confirm for me today that this is for a renovation of the project, of the fire station, and that there's no intention to close fire stations in this area?
So good afternoon, Daniel Garcia from CID. Rep Canales, I don't have that information. That's not something that can.
But if we're renovating the building, then we are not closing this fire station?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mack, would you know that?
The representative's correct. If we're investing in the building, we're keeping it in inventory.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
Yeah, thank you. Just making it clear for the public. This one, the fire station's not closing.
Good.
It will be temporarily closed while we do a renovation, but we hope to have a nice, refreshed fire station back open for the public. And if you look at the pictures, you can see that it really needs it. So, thank you.
All right, very good. Any further discussion on item number 41? All right, Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, to approve the resolution on item 41. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Let's take 42.
And the final item is 42, and this is discussion and action on a resolution approving the 9% low-income housing tax credits evaluation procedures as set forth in attachment A of the resolution and supersedes in its entirety the evaluation procedures adopted on October 15, 2019.
All right, Representative Canales, do you want to make a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. And can we see the presentation?
Yep, sure.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. Nicole Rodriguez, Community Human Development Director. I'm here today to provide an update on the city's 9% low-income housing tax credit policy. This is a rewrite. My presentation will walk through the recent council action, the importance of the program, and the updates we've made to ensure a more strategic approach to our housing development in El Paso. And I will say that this policy rewrite comes ahead of the comprehensive planning strategy that Ms. Mack has been talking about for our housing. So on February 4th of this year, the City Council approved a rewrite of our city's policy for evaluating 9% low-income housing tax credit applications. That action directed staff to develop a new framework that includes a geographic index for location-based scoring, minimum point thresholds for eligibility, and then designated locations for application, and with coming back to council with a recommendation within 240 days, which is why I'm here today. So the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs administers the competitive 9% tax credit program to support the development of affordable housing. El Paso is part of Region 13, and we typically receive about $2.5 million a year annually, and that funds about 1 to 2 projects at the state level. The city's role in this process is to evaluate applications and issue one of 3 responses. We can issue a resolution of support, a resolution of no objection, or no action. These responses are then submitted by the developer as part of the application to the state. A resolution of support earns the application 17 points, a resolution of no objection gives them 14, or no action gives them 0 for them to take competitively and proceed with the process at the state level. I wanted to talk a little bit about the importance of LIHTC in our community. This program is one of our only tools that we have to increase and preserve affordable housing. In 2020, just to kind of highlight the issue here that's in front of us, in 2020, 35% of the rental units in El Paso were affordable to households earning 80% of the area median income or below. But by 2023, that number had dropped to just 22%. So this 9% LIHTC program is critical to preserve affordable housing within our state. Our previous policy was adopted by Council in October of 2019. It was designed to align with the El Paso Regional Housing Plan, and it focused on maximizing units that address the affordability gap. There was also prioritization for developers with local experience, and it was, if you'll all recall, the old policy was limited to locations in the uptown, the downtown, and areas within a quarter mile of a BRIO location. Some of the key updates that we're bringing you today with the key changes are that we've developed a GIS-based tool that promotes equitable development across all 8 council districts. Secondly, we've added a project feasibility component that awards points based on a project's budget, a developer's track record, and site readiness. Third is that the city now has an option to prioritize a single development that best aligns with our strategic goals. This allows us to build in some flexibility. And finally, we've established a clear scoring threshold that determines whether an application receives one of those 3 actions: a resolution of support, a resolution of no objection, or no action. So this is a snapshot of the GIS tool that we've built in order to support the application process. It identifies services located within a quarter mile of a proposed development site. So developers looking to develop LIHTC programs here can actually enter their address and see where they're located at. And it's going to show if they're within a quarter mile of the services that we've identified here, which is healthcare, education, food, public transportation, workforce development, and community services. These are 6 services that are critical to locate near for LIHTC purposes. So affordable housing's best practice is that you locate within these services. And this just helps, that ensures that the projects are located in areas that support resident success. And so you'll also notice some areas shaded in green. These are census tracts that we've already identified as having more than 4 services. So these green areas provide an additional 5 points. Moving on to the evaluation criteria, a new evaluation framework is based on a 110-point scale. Projects can earn up to 35 points just for being located in a high opportunity area as identified by the GIS tool. Another 35 points are available for maximizing affordable housing units. 15 points are awarded for promoting inclusive and accessible developments. 15 points are tied to the project's budget and financial readiness. And then there are 10 bonus points available for projects located on city-owned land. The minimum threshold for support is to the right of this slide, and it's applications scoring 80 or above will receive a resolution of support. Scores between 70 and 79 will receive a resolution of no objection, and then applications scoring below 69 will receive no action. So looking ahead, we'll begin outreach on the policy rewrite this month. This will include office hours with previous LIHTC developers and a website with a map and information. Late October, we will release the 2026 request for municipal resolutions, allowing developers to apply. In January, we'll be back again, asking you to take action on staff's recommendation for the 2026 light tech cycle. And then in July, TDHCA makes their final awards public. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I made the proposal back in February to update this policy and take a lot of these specific steps. Thank you to the council for passing that unanimously back in February. I think this is a great set of changes, and we're really due for it. Again, this hadn't been revised in several years, and I think the landscape has changed quite a lot over those years. A couple of things that I wanted to clarify. Back on slide 8, those thresholds, those are minimum thresholds, right? So that is showing the maximum of what would be allowed
Yes.
within those categories. It's very possible that something could score between 70 and 79, but there is some reason why it's not a favored location by the council or something, and it could still receive no action, or the other way around. Well, not the other way around, but for a resolution of support, for example, or a project scoring above 80, it could receive a resolution of no objection, but it can't go higher,
That's
essentially. Okay. And then back to slide 6, the selection of one development, that kind of reads like we would only choose one project, even if there was potentially capacity for more. This,
Yeah,
to clarify
so-
that clarifying language, like it means one potential site, right? The city could identify one site where
It
we would
also
accept
allows
projects.
for one application to move forward. So let's say
Right.
there's an application that is not scoring within those minimum thresholds of support. It builds in flexibility for the council to say, you know what, this particular project meets a lot of things. It just is not scoring really well. So you have the ability to basically go away from the thresholds of support and go with that project.
That definitely was not in the legislative intent of what I wrote in February. I would really like for it to stick to the minimum thresholds for support for every project. I didn't understand that from our discussion in the briefing. So I'll definitely prepare an amendment here to remove that. The intent was for the allowance of, or for the city to be able to select one site as the only site on which we would accept
Okay.
an application, and theoretically, in theory, that would be a city-owned site. And so, in the future, the city could potentially provide the land for a development and then say, we will only accept applications, like we will only score applications for projects based at that site. That was the discussion that we had during the meeting back in February.
Let me read what the policy states, and then
Sure.
we can go from there. So selection of the best application, which is an optional in the policy. It says, in any given year, the city may choose to prioritize a single development project based on its alignment with the city's strategic goals. This approach is in accordance with the QAP, which allows for cities to focus on projects that best meet community needs. So the criteria for selection would be location. Priority would be given to developments located in opportunity zones. Community support, there's strong neighborhood support and demonstrated positive community impact. The feasibility and sustainability, it has a well-documented financial plan and proven track record of success, and then alignment with city goals. The project must align with El Paso's strategic objectives for economic development, sustainability, and neighborhood revitalization. The selected development will be awarded a letter of support from the city. Other projects may receive a letter of no objection based on the points they accumulate through the evaluation process.
Yeah, again, that was definitely not the intent of what I wrote in February. I'm reading from my DHS from February. The direction said designated location for applications. The policy will also include an option for the city to designate specific locations each year where applications for LIHTC funding will be considered, possibly on city-owned properties. This targeted approach ensures that affordable developments are located in areas where there's a strategic need for housing, which could help enhance resident and neighborhood outcomes. So I think that maybe got lost in translation. I definitely don't think we should have the flexibility to waive the scoring and award regardless. I think that's what's gotten us into problems that we found ourselves in the past. The intention was definitely for designating specific locations and not allowing one project to override the scoring.
Understood.
So Representative Canales, are you going to make an amendment?
I will have to draft it.
Okay.
So you can go around to other
Perfect.
comments, and I'd be happy to come back to
Okay. Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nicole, for the presentation. It was great speaking to you in my office about this agenda item, and I want to thank you for all the work that you've put into it, because I do agree that there needed to be some changes made to this. As we discussed in my office, I do want to offer up an amendment, but first I want to give like a little explanation and background. So if you pull up the previous draft of the contract, or the language that we had in place before, there was previously there were up to 15 points allocated for local presence and long-term accountability in El Paso. Those 15 points, it is my understanding from our conversation, have been removed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
There's still 15 points available. I believe it was 2 points specific for local presence.
Okay. Also, previously, there were up to 100 points awarded, and now I think if we go to page 8 of your presentation, there's 110. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I would like to offer an amendment. I'm going to email it to Ms. Prine. As I just mentioned, there were previously up to 15 points for local presence in El Paso. My amendment is going to offer the opportunity for people to be awarded up to 5 points. So not the 15, but up to 5 points, bonus points to be specific, for local presence. And the reason why I want to offer up this amendment is because, I believe that local developers are here to support others in our community. When we support local developers, and I'm not trying to say that other developers shouldn't be welcome in our community, that's not what I'm trying to say, but when we do support local developers, they are rooted in our community and they understand cultural dynamics and specific housing needs that we have in El Paso. They reinvest in our community as well by supporting others through their work, but also because most likely the people that they employ live, work, and are raising families or have other investments in our community as well. I believe that keeping dollars circulating in our local economy is important. Many times when we, outsource things, and again, sometimes it is needed, but here it would be an opportunity for people to be awarded up to 5 points for being a part of our community, keeping those dollars in our community so that they can be reinvested in our community. When we support local suppliers, we create more jobs in El Paso, and this has a multiplying effect on our economy. Local developers, I believe, have a vested interest in creating and preserving affordability for El Paso. And again, this would be a bonus up to 5 points, so it's not conclusively 5 points. It would be up to 5 points, and really it's the same language you had previously.
From the previous, and I misspoke, it was 4 points. I pulled up the language.
Okay.
So the applicant has past experience involved in a development team constructing, operating, and or providing affordable housing for residents who fit the demographic profile to be served in El Paso, and is staff president in El Paso of at least 5 employees.
Okay. So I'm going to send this amendment to Laura so she can share it, because yes, it is very specific, and we'll be able to read it with the same bullet points that we talked about. I did add one other bullet point, so I'm only awarding 1 point per bullet point.
Understood.
And the last bullet point that's different from your language previously, Nicole, okay, so this is the only one that's different, is going to say applicants who agree to work with businesses and contractors based in the city of El Paso limits or our ETJ. So let me just offer this amendment. I would ask council to consider supporting local businesses that, again, promote economic development, employ people from our community, and are invested in the long term in El Paso. So this would be a bonus point of up to 5 points.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Discussion on the amendment. Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Ms. Mack, Mayor, we're making all these amendments to something that had already been presented and understood. After this amendment, I'd like to make an amendment to postpone for a meeting, 2 weeks, to really digest the local points, really digest, can we do it? And to see the changes that Representative Nanos is going to recommend, and who knows what other amendments are going to come up.
Okay. Okay, let's,
Wait.
after this one. Yeah. So we're working on the amendment that Representative Chavez just presented. Is there any discussion on her amendment?
And council, I forward it to your inboxes.
Thank you.
And if I could just make one quick point on the timeline here, because we're right up against the October release for municipal applications, this impacts when we're able to release without having that information.
And
Okay.
I do want to point out again that it's the same language that was there previously. So
Yes.
Okay.
This is nothing new, and it's less points that were awarded previously.
Okay. Representative Rocha on the amendment?
No, it was up to 15 previously, up to 15.
Now it's
The
5.
category was for 15.
Now it's 5. Representative Rocha on the
Yeah,
amendment?
thank you. So Nicole, we add the 5. It goes to 115
Yes, ma'am.
now? Okay, just, thank you.
Yep. Representative Canales?
Do the thresholds adjust proportionally? How would we adjust
I
those
would
thresholds?
recommend keeping the thresholds at the same level.
Okay, that worries me because that means they're able to recommend lower quality project or propose lower quality projects and still meet the thresholds as long as they're local. It's essentially reducing the quality of projects that they need to submit in order to be eligible by 5 points, if they're a local submitter.
Lowering it or if we lower it, then we would be awarding resolutions of no objection below a 70. And
No, I'm talking about increasing it. If we're increasing the total number of points on offer, then we would
Okay.
potentially increase the thresholds by a proportional amount. I know that leaves us on non-tidy numbers, but
Yes.
I do think if we're adding points into the evaluation, that we should also be increasing the thresholds to make sure that we're ensuring the same level of quality.
Proportionately.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, again, I know that it's complicated because it means it's a proportional increase
Yeah.
for the local submitters, but not for the out-of-town submitters.
Correct.
It would place additional burden on anyone without this local presence in El Paso from developing in our area. And part of the whole point was that we've only had, in the private sector, essentially 2
That's correct.
submitters for the last 10 plus years. Until last year, there was one that was awarded external submitter. Part of the whole intent here was to try to open up the process to greater competition, to have a wider selection of potential submitters for these credits. I worry that this amendment would have the opposite effect. It's creating the conditions again for there to be only the 2 local participants in this process in the private sector.
Okay.
And just clarification on the thresholds, making it proportional. When I think of bonus, I think of that is truly a bonus. That's on top. So if we change the thresholds, I see what you're saying, Representative Canales, but it would also.
Yeah. Again, though, this is a bonus that some submitters can achieve and others can't. At least in the term of a few years,
It's very
not
easy to determine if they are or not,
So
right, but what I mean is that it's not that easy for somebody who wants to work in El Paso to reach the point where they comply with this. It probably takes a couple of years of ramping up in order to have a local office and multiple employees and 5 or more years of experience operating and managing affordable housing in El Paso. That's not something that someone can just do and be competitive. It takes at least 5 years, and then they have to have a commitment 10 plus years into the future. I think if there's a developer out there who wants to invest in El Paso, wants to develop this type of property in El Paso, and is giving us something that is significantly better than than the other proposers, then I have trouble saying, yes, we'll consider you, but we're going to reward the others more highly because they have a local presence if their product isn't as good.
No, I understand.
Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. And what's the definition of a local company?
The previous language that Representative Chavez was alluding to was the applicant has experience involved in a development team constructing, operating, and or providing affordable housing for residents who fit the demographic profile to be served in El Paso. A staff present in El Paso of at least 5 employees. 5 or more years experience as part of a development team financing, building, operating, and or managing affordable housing in El Paso. And then commitment to extended affordability beyond the 30 years. And then there was another additional point that she added. I don't have that language.
Representative Mayor Pro Tem, what was the additional point that you added for what defines a local company?
Thank you, Representative Fierro. Let me pull that up real quick. But I do want to just respond also to Representative Canales, because this year we awarded a contract to an outsider when our guideline stipulated even higher bonus points for someone being local, and they still were able to get a contract. So if someone's already broken through that, that's not to say they wouldn't be able to do it again in the future, even with a less amount of bonus points awarded to them. The last bullet point read, applicants who agree to work with businesses and contractors based in the City of El Paso city limits or ETJ. So an outside company could get 1 point for this too. Applicants who agree to work with businesses and contractors based in the City of El Paso city limits. It's promoting local economic growth. Thank you.
Okay. We're still on the amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment? Ms. Prine, can you read the amendment to us?
Yes, Mayor. And so this is to amend the procedures. This is on page 10, and the amendment is to add under the heading bonus points, to add bonus points for local presence and long-term accountability in El Paso, in parentheses, up to 5 points. And then the bullets say, first bullet is applicants that have past experience involved in a development team constructing, operating, and or providing affordable housing for residents who fit the demographic, providing affordable housing for residents who fit the demographic profile to be served in El Paso. In parentheses, it says 1 point. Second point, at least 5 employees whose place of residence is in El Paso, Texas for at least the last 2 years, parentheses, a point. Next bullet, 5 or more years experience as part of a development team financing, building, operating, or managing affordable housing in El Paso, parentheses, 1 point. Next bullet, commitment to extend affordability beyond 30 years by at least 10 years, parentheses, 1 point. And the last one is applicants who agree to work with businesses and contractors based in the City of El Paso city limits or ETJ, in parentheses, 1 point. So that's how the 5 points are broken down.
Okay, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. On that amendment, call for the vote. In the voting session, and the motion passes 7-1. Representative Canales voting nay, the remainder of council voting aye. The motion carries.
Okay, let's go back to the main item. Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nicole, for this presentation. I know that this has been an ongoing conversation for many years of trying to revisit this policy that oftentimes people called the bubbles. I know that I met with you and we had a conversation about this. And one thing that really stood out, and I have the map in front of me that I could move through for the LIHTC map. In District 5, when we talk about low-income housing tax credits, there's only 2 dots when it comes to the BRIO. So therefore, there's this disparity, right, of trying to figure out what it means for my district. Now, I know that there's the Sun Metro program that's coming forward, and essentially that's going to be adding microtransit to District 5. And what that's going to do, it's going to be able to, anyone in my district to essentially go to a transfer center that's going to have access to a BRIO station. And one thing that I would really like to navigate is this policy hasn't been visited for 6 years, right?
Yes, in 2019, that's correct.
How are we going to be revisiting this policy maybe every year, maybe every other year, depending on the infrastructure and the needs, right? Right now, I cannot really make a recommendation because we don't have that new Sun Metro Rise that is established, but essentially it's going to be coming sooner than later. And a year from now that map's going to change the entire dynamic of what District 5 could mean whenever it comes to someone applying for the low-income housing tax credits.
Yeah, I think there's two triggers that I would say internally would call for a revisit of this. The first one being the comprehensive planning strategy for housing. We want to make sure that because this is coming ahead of it, we want to make sure that this policy is in alignment with our strategy. So if the strategy calls for other items that we identify as priorities, we can include them in the new scoring. And then the second one would be the state is the one that authors the QAP. And so we want to make sure that our policy is in alignment with the QAP. So when they do their updates, we'll want to make sure that we're in alignment as well. And this new policy is in alignment with the latest revisions.
Perfect. I just want to ensure that 6 years don't pass and we don't revisit this policy, right? Because again,
I think it'll be a lot sooner just because we want to make sure that it aligns with any future housing strategies that we have coming up.
Now, when are the next applications going to be opening? You said in October.
It will start in October.
When do we know the date that they will be opening?
October 10th.
October 10th.
Yeah,
so this policy has to be approved by October 10th? Before?
I would recommend just before so that we have the opportunity to, we're going to have office hours with our developers that have submitted applications so that we can walk them through this new process.
Okay. I might make an amendment of just ensuring that we revisit the policy every biannual year or annual. I just want to ensure that those 6 years don't pass, but let me work on some language on that and then I'll come back. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And Nicole, I know that we spoke about the overall process. I really like the process because before it was very subjective. Do you want to go ahead and approve it or give them a letter of support or a letter of no support or no objection? And this clearly lays out the guidelines for that. I also wanted to mention that, and this is something that I shared with you as well, I like the fact that it's being spread across all of the districts and the whole city. I think that that is something that's very thoughtful in the fact that we have, I can speak for myself, a lot of constituents that have come up and said, I really would appreciate if you all had something closer to where my family is. And so I think that this accounts for something like that. I wish there was more opportunity to be able to get more developments of this nature every year. Unfortunately, I know that that's not the case. But one of the other things that I like about it is that you've given the extra thoughtfulness regarding the 4 or more services. And the reason that I like that is because in my district, we have, and I know that there's certain requirements for low-income housing, right? You have to be near a park, you have to be near a pharmacy, you have to be near a school, all of that. A lot of these situations result in families that have 1 or no vehicles. And so when you add that additional transportation that's close to it, or you add those 4 or more services that are near it, I think it says a lot about the type of individuals that we're trying to provide this type of housing to. And I believe that that accounts for for those families. And so I just wanted to tell you thank you for coming up with the process and coming up with something that does provide those components that go into the calculation for how council is going to provide their recommendation. So thank you to you and your staff for coming up with that, Nicole.
Yes, thank you. The staff was very intentional with prioritizing services as opposed to locations. Representative Nino, real quick, there on the policy, there's the policy amendments, and the first sentence says that we'll review and update as needed to ensure that it remains aligned with changes in local needs, state regulations, federal regulations, and then amendments will be made necessary to incorporate changes and other regulatory requirements that just allowing flexibility for when we do it. We can certainly change it to a more frequent, but we added in that additional flexibility.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick question. Would the LIHTC map be updated as new infrastructure and services are added to the community?
Yes, we're human. We have to add those pieces. Shout out to the GIS team for doing that. And I do want to make a disclaimer that if we have forgotten, we've actually identified and defined what those services meant. So if we missed one, a developer can actually include that and we'll make that change.
Okay, perfect. That helps a lot, just because overall, if we could update it as new infrastructures coming forward, that's essentially going to help whenever we make these decisions. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nicole. On page 7, the map that you shared with us, and I guess this would be one of those CR7 requests, to be able to see this breakdown specific by district, like District 7,
Yes,
this particular
the
map, that
district
we could
lines
look
are
at
there.
it.
It's hard to review, but yet the district boundaries are included already.
Okay, so that would be good. Because I'm looking at the map, and then I see the 7, and to the right of it, I see this great big green space out there.
Yes, ma'am. That's a census tract
Okay.
that we've already identified as having 4 or more services located within that census tract.
That's what I thought. What district is that in?
I'll have to
Is that in
zoom
the county?
on the actual map.
Okay.
I'm sure we can
It's
figure
in
it
the
out.
county.
Well,
Yeah. Okay, that's good. And we've had a little bit of discussion right now, and I'm kind of trying to understand, is the discussion here to say that in order for a project to be successful, it would have to be built on city-owned land?
No, I think if a project were to be successful, it's located within the 6 service categories that we've provided.
Okay, one more time.
In order for a project to be successful, we want to ensure that projects are located within one of the 6 service categories that we have here, within a quarter mile of them. And a quarter mile is the distance for walking. So healthcare, education, food, public transportation, workforce development, and community services.
How many items?
6.
Okay, 6, but how many for it to qualify for a project? How many would need to be included?
If they, in order for them to get a resolution of support, they would need to score an 80 or above.
Okay, but hold on. On page 7, you've got the services, specified services within a quarter mile.
That's
right?
correct.
How many of those that are listed there, 6, need to fit to the project? How many should they have?
They get an award of up to 35 points. So each one of those categories are 5 points each. And then there's a 5-point, we've added the 5 extra points from the green census tract area, totaling 35 available points for developers.
Got it. So these 6 are going to award you 5 points, and if you're in the census tract with all of these, then you get an additional
Yes,
5 to it.
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep. Representative Canales.
I'm still writing, Mayor. Can we come back to me? Sorry, I'm preparing this amendment.
Representative, who disappeared though. Trejo.
It's Trejo.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you disappeared off of there.
The map here that you have, how old is the map?
It's brand new.
Brand new?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking because I'm looking at District 4, and I see here on the services within a quarter mile, there's things missing here. So towards the very tip of Northeast going towards New Mexico, it shows, so you have food. There's like one shopping cart there. There's more. There's retail throughout that whole area.
We can take a look. Like I mentioned, these were individual inputs and then we have an actual definition. So it is possible that we miss something, and we can definitely add in.
There's three of the 6 I feel are not showing up correctly.
Okay.
Which is the food, public transportation, and community services.
Just to make public transportation clear, those are Brio stops.
Brio stops, okay. And then the community services.
Yes, ma'am. Community
so-
services are our parks, our rec centers, our libraries.
Yes, and so that would make a big difference in if we're missing 2 out of that area, and possibly 3. If you could go back and revisit this.
Yes, ma'am.
To make sure that we are having the Northeast represented correctly as to those opportunities as well.
Yes, and then I will say, just for the record, and anyone listening, that if we're missing one and they know that it's there, they can submit it with their application, and we'll do our due diligence.
Okay, thank you. And then I also agree with Nino as far as revisiting this, because there's a lot of growth and opportunities in Northeast, so it's good to go back and revisit these.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. So appreciate all of this. Appreciated our time kind of discussing this one-on-one. I don't know what will happen from here, right? I think the intent is great, and in practice we're going to see what happens, right? And so when you come back to us in a few months with the rubric and how you rated all the projects that are submitted, I really want to understand a little bit more anecdotally how you were trying to get quality, right? Because I think one of the things that has been really frustrating with this is that I understand businesses need to make money, and that's their bottom line, and they're applying for the credits, but I think we're seeing some of these projects be so basic that it's not going to be a good quality of life for the people that are going to live there. And I think that's been my number one thing every time we have this discussion. And I know prior to me being on council, things got really heated really fast, and it was really bad, right? And so now that I've gone through it twice, the quality has been missing in terms of what they're getting. And then the second part, which I also think is quality, is we've been fighting over, but there's a Walmart a mile or 2 miles down the street, right? But there's no bus stop, but there's a Walmart, and we're having those discussions instead of having the quality. And a lot of the reasoning is also, where you want to put it, it's too expensive to put it there. So we could go out in the middle of nowhere, which is what happened, and have our bottom line assigned, and we're fine, and we're still getting housing, but it's in the middle of nowhere, right? And so I just want to understand a little bit more from your perspective what those conversations that you're going to have with people will be like to get to the rubric that you're going to present to us a few months from now. So we have a better understanding of, if we're going down this path, we're going to affect people's quality of life.
Yes, and I would say that a major change at the state level regarding their QAP and how they score is they don't want the promise of something being developed. They want the physical thing already existing. And so I think our new policy aligns with that, and asking for people to align near existing services. And then to your point, ma'am, as things continue to progress, development happens, then we have to update. But I agree, and we'll definitely try to capture that when we do the application process.
I appreciate it. Thank
you.
Representative Canales.
Thank you. Brilliantly timed, Ms. Prine. About 4 seconds ago, I hit send on the language. Let me see. Which means it disappeared from my screen. One moment.
I just forwarded it to.
Okay, wonderful. So council, you should have received this in your inbox. Mayor, I proposed an amendment. I move to amend the language in the actual policy document, and that is to strike in its entirety the section entitled Selection of the Best Application, optional, on page 11, and replace with the following. The section header is Option for City Designated Priority Location, and it reads, the policy will also include an option that the city may choose in any given year to prioritize one or more specific locations on city-owned property where applications for 9% low-income housing tax credit support will be exclusively considered. In such years, only proposals for the designated locations will be scored and considered, and the scoring criteria shall otherwise remain unchanged. The proposal of designated locations can be initiated by relevant city staff or by any member of the mayor and city council with a request in writing to the city manager, and such proposed locations shall be brought forward for consideration and selection by the city council for the next applicable 9% low-income housing tax credit cycle. This targeted approach ensures that affordable developments are located in areas where there is a strategic need for housing and that the city can maximize the utility of city-owned property for low-income housing.
And just as a matter of understanding logistically, would you all designate that, before we issue out the, okay, understood.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah, the language I included to protect against, just to make that clear was that for the next applicable 9% low-income housing
Okay.
tax credit cycle.
Got
So,
it. Okay.
with sufficient time for staff to work that into the process.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion. on
I'll
this.
second.
And there's a second. Discussion, Representative Lemon, discussion on this amendment?
If I may, just
Yes,
one
Okay,
last,
sure.
so sorry.
Sure.
Just to comment on this as well. Obviously, I think that the council, since we passed that direction in February, we have spoken about the possibility of city-owned property for low-income housing tax credit projects. I think that the city owns a lot of properties. Some of them would not be good candidates, but I think some of them would be good candidates for this type of use. And so, given that they are already in our inventory and a lot of them sit unproductive, I think this is a good way to activate those properties, to make them productive, and to use them for a use that I think the city has said very clearly is one of our top priorities. Thank you.
All right.
Council, I hope you consider.
Representative Lemon?
Given that we don't have an actual inventory of city-owned property, like handy to look at, I don't think I can commit to something like this. I don't know whether this would benefit one district over another, and I think I just can't support it. Thank you.
Representative Chavez, on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I echo what Representative Limon is saying. How much city-owned property has all 6 elements right next to it?
I don't have that information. We would need to add that layer to our GIS.
And the only reason why I ask is because in District 1, we have no green areas. I'm assuming because I don't have all 6 criteria in the surrounding areas. And so I almost feel the same as Representative Limon, where this may favor one district over another, even though all 6 criteria might not be present in those around those properties. And so I think it would be counterproductive to forcefully make people live in an area that's not going to meet their needs, in my opinion, because we don't have that information before us, right?
So one of the discussions that we've had in executive session was thinking about the property we have on Metro 31. It was always envisioned to be affordable housing, and so we sort of set that aside to not have that be sold and have that be property we think about as we're looking at these contexts. It is right next to a transfer station, and it does have those elements. It was set aside and developed, thinking about this, and so that was the one that you've seen most recently.
Yeah, but I mean, thank you, Ms. Mack. I appreciate that. We're already awarding, are we not, Nicole, 10 points for choosing city-owned property, so they're already receiving a bonus point. They're already,
Yes, that's correct.
the way your language is set up, we're already giving them extra points for being on city-owned property.
That's correct.
In my opinion, I think that should suffice. We don't need an amendment.
Representative Acevedo?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think overall, when I'm looking at this, it's not necessarily, is my district going to get more housing? I think more housing in general is a good thing within the city. And I think obviously my district would probably benefit in some sense, but I'm not seeing it as that. It's just more increasing affordable housing is a big priority that I back and support. So I think we have also been working through as a city on cleaning up our parcels when we had 4,000 and we actually have 2,000. And as we're working through that, I think there's a lot of opportunity to build something from that and say, okay, yeah, we can identify city property where we want to use it for this, right? There's property off the freeway. That could maybe be a good one right here by the downtown exit. That could be affordable housing. I don't know, right? We don't know that criteria right now, and it's just what I'm observing and kind of seeing as good places for something like this. So I think we can have that conversation with Mary Lou as she continues to bring more properties for us to look at. I think that lens has been missing because that hasn't been something that we have had a discussion, and I think that the amendment at hand allows for that door to open and have that discussion and to start seeing some of that, right? Because some of these properties are kind of weird. It's like a little space next to a house, and maybe the property owner of the house should buy it and stuff like that. But then there's other bigger lots, and there's a lot of need for this. And I also think about downtown, right, where I would say a lot of us on council really care about downtown, but it's not necessarily our district, but we're still doing what we can to make downtown a good place because we understand the importance of downtown. And so I think I see that in the same vein of housing wherever it is in the city is going to be a big win for the residents of El Paso.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just one more clarification. Again, the way I wrote this amendment says that any of those locations, whether it's proposed by staff or proposed by the council, would have to come before the council for consideration that year. And so it's not a situation where something's going to be selected and nobody likes it, but the city selected it, and so that's the only location. This would have there's a process where this would have to come to the council, and a majority of council would have to select that location and say, we agree this is a city-owned property that meets the criteria that we anticipate will be a good location for low-income housing. I don't think that there's any situation where we would put forward, a majority of the council would agree to a bad location on city-owned property. And so that's the safeguard against that is that regardless of where that selection comes from, whether it's staff or the council, it would have to come before the council to get selected as the one or more specific locations for that particular cycle.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're still on the amendment. Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. But I'm just going to say very briefly, Mayor, because I know we've been on this topic for a long time. We're striking Nicole's suggestion of using the best application. We're striking the word best application to prioritize city-owned property, which at this point in time, we do not know whether it fits the other criteria that Nicole has brought forth. The only reason why I said District 1 is not because I think what Representative Acevedo said about wanting something in my district. It's what Representative Rocha has said earlier, that we need to make sure that we can have affordable housing everywhere, because we force people to live in a certain area because it's city-owned property, and then they end up living very far away from other family members or whatever because we're not selecting the best application. That's the language that we're striking with this amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Acevedo?
I just wanted to get clarification from Ms. Neiman, kind of based on the language that's at hand. and what Rep. Canales just said about having, the authority to go individually property by property, would this look like an executive session item where we're talking about our real estate and then we have that discussion and then we go to open session at a later meeting, or how would you see that operationally?
No. So I would just caution everybody to stop talking about what we say in executive session. So traditionally, staff will recommend items that are able to be sold for whatever reason. But once we receive direction from council on a specific policy, those properties are traditionally reserved for those uses, right? So then it wouldn't necessarily be put out for sale. It would be reserved for a certain use, and then Ms. Mack would determine what sites to select for that in terms of moving that forward.
We're going to have all the criteria for really understanding the big picture of our housing strategy in November, December. And so that's really going to give us a better sense of what areas of town, why we're focusing on those areas, what does it look like in terms of the balance between housing stock and housing types. Then that gives us an opportunity to drill down a little bit further in terms of how we set aside land and utilize it. Initially, we wanted to make sure that until we had that type of evaluation where you could see that we weren't putting anything out for sale that would be potentially something that was large enough for us to make this type of investment that was originally envisioned, for that type of housing to begin with. So I don't think the Metro 31 was a secret.
Okay, so I think with this amendment, it enhances the work that you're doing, and then some of the questions can be answered in terms of what property might be a good candidate across the city for something like this, because you're already working through
You're
that.
going to see all the criteria. We're also looking at different areas of the city and taking a deeper dive into the types of concerns and challenges we may see with housing types. This is just one tool that we have, but I think we're so focused on it because it's the only tool. And so if we're wanting to pursue something that the city was going to support, utilizing city land as our contribution to it, you want to ensure that project can be successful utilizing, whatever types of tax credits that we could. And I think that was the intent of the language that the rep had.
And then I'm assuming just from the conversation that's been had, you would probably try to see if there's something in every district or something and kind of identify the plus and minus on all of that.
I think you'll be able to see the housing type differences. I don't necessarily think that you're going to be looking at the definition of affordability through the same lens in every district. And so I think council will have the opportunity to have that discussion. I think with all that information, you still would have the opportunity to come back to these strategies and looking at all these policies within that lens. So I think today we just want to get to this cycle. We knew that this was going to be a really tight schedule because we were asked to make these modifications, and we knew it would run really close to the application cycle. But it doesn't preclude council from having a conversation, discussion, and understanding this in a broader context when you have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Rocha.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor. Nicole, quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this in line, the amendment that Rep. Canales has made? Because I know that what was previously on there, what was stricken out, was in line with the Texas Department of, and so I just want to make sure that what's being amended, and that may be a question for Ms. Neiman as well, is also in compliance with that.
I believe it is. The alignment with city goals, and then the QAP section allows, and it's specific to 11.8 in the QAP, allows
Right.
cities to focus on projects that best meet community needs. So
Okay.
I believe that still qualifies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Representative Fierro.
Mayor, my question's for after the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Rep. Canales, one more bite at it.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Just again, one more clarification that there's no risk that we would provide support to a project that was bad. As I wrote in the amendment, let me see. In such years, only proposals for the designated locations will be scored and considered, and the scoring criteria shall otherwise remain unchanged. And so the thresholds for support are still the same. Any project proposed on the city-owned property that the city designated would still have to score above an 80 for a resolution of support, or between 70 and 79 for a resolution of no objection. It's not, there's no risk that suddenly this will cause the city to be providing letters of support to poorly scoring projects. So regardless of the location, the quality standards are still exactly the same, and anyone proposing at any of those locations would still have to propose a quality project in order to receive the resolution of support or resolution of no objection. Of course, what this does do is, especially if they're able to use the land at no or reduced cost, it allows them to potentially beef up their application, right? Beef up their proposal, make their proposal better, using the additional funds that they won't have to spend on the acquisition of the land. These developers competing in the LIHTC process actually typically expend quite a lot of money putting holds on properties, because it's very expensive for them to acquire a property and not know through their application process if they'll be awarded. And so that removes that from their consideration. They won't have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to purchase options on properties, and hold those properties in case they're successful in the LIHTC process. If they know that the city is able to provide them a property, and if they submit for this property, they will be able to construct there. Like, that's a huge burden off of them, and that money can be funneled into making the quality of the product better. And so that's the hope, that this opens up the possibility for them to deliver more quality products because they don't have that land uncertainty. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Representative Limon.
So, Carla, so let's suppose we have this land that's owned by the city, and the developer comes along and they want to develop affordable housing for it. Is the city giving the land away, or does the city retain ownership of the land? How does that work?
So those steps still have to be worked out in regards to the proposal for city-owned land. That's something that we would need to build in as part of this proposal. That hasn't been worked out.
Okay.
Or the direction annually.
Okay, and so for example, so developer builds houses, affordable housing, not apartments. Who owns?
Oh, this would be multifamily.
This will be multifamily.
Yes, ma'am.
Quadruplex?
Yeah, it would be larger, but it's specific to multifamily with maximizing the affordable units.
So then we're looking at apartments.
That's correct.
Apartments, okay. The maintenance of this complex falls under whose hands? Who's responsible for the maintenance? Now,
The
if it's a
developer.
city-owned land,
That would need to be worked out during the due diligence of the purchasing, but it would not, yeah.
thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Bryan, can you read this amendment back, and then we're going to call the vote?
Yes, sir. And so the amendment is on page 11 to strike out the section that reads selection of the best application optional. Strike out that section and replace with a new header that says option for city design priority location. That says the policy will also include an option that the city may choose in any given year to prioritize one or more specific locations on city-owned property where applications for 9% low-income housing tax credit support will be exclusively considered. In such years, only proposals for the designated locations will be scored and considered, and the scoring criteria shall otherwise remain unchanged. The proposal of designated locations can be initiated by relevant city staff or by any member of the mayor and city council with a request in writing to the city manager, and such proposed locations shall be brought forward for consideration and selection by the city council for the next applicable 9% low-income housing tax credit cycle. This targeted approach ensures that affordable developments are located in areas where there is a strategic need for housing and that the city can maximize the utility of city-owned property for low-income housing.
Okay, call for the vote.
On that amendment, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Fierro? Alternate Mayor Pro Tem? No? Thank you, Mayor. There's a tie. The mayor votes nay, breaking the tie, and the motion fails.
Okay, back to the main. Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. This is such an important item. It means so much to our community as a whole. We're making some changes, I think, that are drastic, important, some maybe, in my opinion, not as important. I suggest that my motion is to postpone this to our next meeting. In between that time, we can be briefed by staff.
Okay, there's a motion in a second.
There's a
already
motion.
And there was a second by Nino.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Discussion on postponement? Representative Lamont?
Mayor,
Representative Lamont?
I agree and then I disagree. I agree with the magnitude of this. I'm just very concerned with the timeline, Mayor, and I don't know whether this could qualify for a special meeting that we could meet to discuss this particular item prior to the deadline. I don't know how long it would take or what the input would be, but I think time is of the essence on this. Excuse me? We could have, well, the next work session is when?
2 weeks.
But I think
Monday
that
the 13th.
Nicole said.
Nicole,
that
you need this by the 10th?
Our drop dead,
October 10th? October 10th.
So we would need to be, could we have a special meeting on October 6th? I mean, it's a question that I'm proposing, and
Okay.
I am concerned, but I also want to know, how are we going to provide input into this?
Is this amendment to my amendment?
My question, I want, this is for discussion.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to make an amendment to your amendment? I'd like to make an amendment to your amendment that we set a date of October 6th for a special work session specifically on this topic.
On the 10th?
6th,
So on the 6th.
which is Monday.
Okay. There's an amendment to this amendment to have a special work session on the 6th.
And we would need to post that meeting today.
9
To
o'clock in
allow
the
for the
morning.
3 business days.
Yeah. So we'd have to post today, and it's for 9 a.m.?
9 a.m.
We would need to get to post
Okay.
that meeting
That-
Single item.
today.
That's the amendment. All right, any discussion on this amendment? All right, Ms. Prine, call for the vote.
Okay, so the motion was made by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, seconded by Representative Nino, and this is to postpone this item until Monday,
No,
October
Call for a
6th.
special meeting.
Have an amendment
Yep.
to the amendment, and my amendment was that.
Well, his wasn't an amendment, his was a motion to postpone.
Yes, but I think she can make a motion to amend his motion.
Okay, is there a second?
There was a second.
From Rep. Fierro.
Okay, so this is to amend the motion to postpone. This was made by Representative Limon, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro. And this is that the postponement be made until, and to take the item on at a special meeting, to call a special meeting Monday, October 6th at 9 a.m. to discuss the item.
That's correct. Call for the vote.
Okay, and this is for the amendment to hold a special meeting October 6th at 9 a.m. for this item. On that motion, call for the vote.
Can I make a question on the
Hang on, Ms. Prine. Representative Nino?
One quick question. Should this pass, would we be able to receive everything that we just talked about so that we could digest it, please?
And I
All
would
the
need-
amendments?
I would need to post this today. The agenda with a backup needs to be posted today.
Okay.
Ready?
Okay. Call for the vote, Ms. Bryan.
Okay, let me open the voting session. Okay, it's open.
Is Prime computer still updated?
Okay,
Aye.
thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes 5-3. Representatives Chavez, Acevedo, Rocha voting nay, the remainder of council voting aye.
So where does that leave us on the,
Now you need to vote on the postponement.
okay? Call for the vote.
Okay, and this is to postpone the item
To
as
postpone.
amended. To postpone the item as amended.
What we just voted on was, what we just voted on was to change the postponement from postponing for 2 weeks to postponing to a special meeting next week. Now it's the vote on the actual amendment to, or the motion to postpone, as amended.
Okay.
Call the vote, Ms. Bryan.
This is to postpone the item until Monday, October 6th at 9 a.m. With a special meeting. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro. Okay, Mayor, there's a tie. The mayor votes aye, breaking the tie, and the motion passes 5-4. And that was the last item.
Thank God.
Move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the regular city council meeting. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? And the regular meeting for Tuesday, September 30th, 2025 is adjourned at 2:47 p.m.
This was
Thank you,
fun.
Council.